Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss about the Excel interface. On the tab we can see so many tools which we are going to use in the Excel. These all are divided into the groups and these groups are available on these tabs. So the top area in which all tools are grouped is called tabs. We have different type of tabs based on their requirement. In the Home tab, we have most frequently used tools related to the formatting. We can use it for inserting new row, column, delete, formatting, auto sum. So these are the most frequently used tools, and we have some other tabs as well. Let's say insert, page layout, formula, data, and so on. We will discuss each and every tab and all tools details in this course. In the tab we have groups, and after the groups you can see a small arrow button. So if you click on it, we will get the advanced option of the related category or the groups. So if I clicked over here, we got the formatted cells and we have some advanced options over here. So we will discuss all these later on. And in some tools you can see a small arrow button as well. So if I click on it, so we will get some more options related to this tool. So we will also discuss these later on, and we also have some options over here in which we will find more options. So we have some tools in which we have advanced option over here, and in the arrow we can find some more options. Now we are moving to the formula bar. This is called formula bar. As you know that spreadsheet program are used to do the numeric calculations, statistical calculations, and text calculations, etc. So we have predefined functions in the Excel which we can use. So before learning about the formula bar, we have to learn about the cells. This area is called sheet, in which we have columns which is categorized by the A, B, C, D, E, F, G and so on, and these are called rows. These are represented by the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this. And here we can see a table. This table have some fields which is called cell, and every cell has a number and name. By default, if I selected this cell, so it is H column and 3 rows. This cell is available at column number H and row number 3. So the name by default is H3, and this is the cell in which we are going to enter the data. So for using the function, first of all we have to select a cell, then we can enter the function or our formula or the value over here. Let's say I want to enter a name. I will enter, and that is in text only. So if I enter, it will come down. The selection of this cell will come down. So I'll let you know all these options when we have to move to the right, left, up and down, how we can use all the shortcut options. So this is the formula bar, and all formulas or functions will start from the equal sign. So whenever we enter any data without equal sign, the Excel understand it's a value only. But if we want to enter any function or formula, let's say I want to do some calculation, so we have to select a cell, then go to the formula bar, press equal, and 1 plus 1. It will work like a calculator this time. So if I press enter, we will get the answer 2. So it is working as a calculator. We will discuss in details all the functions and the numeric or the text calculations. So if you want to delete any data from the cell, you have to press delete button from the keyboard. That will be deleted. And now I'm going to delete this one as well. Now we are moving to the right hand side section. This is called horizontal scroll bar, and this is the vertical scroll bar. As you know that we have so many millions of cells and the rows as well. If you press Control and right arrow key, we are on the very left hand side of our table, and this time you can see our scroll bar got small size. Similarly, we have so many rows. If you press Control and down arrow key, right now we are on the last cell of our Excel. So you can see the scroll bar size is very small. Now I want to go to the first cell. I have to press Control Home, and if I have entered any data in it, the scroll bar will be adjusted accordingly. And below side we have some zoom option. So if I click on the plus sign, the screen of the Excel will be zoom in, and if I press on the minus sign, it will be zoom out. I can click on the percentage tab. Here I can select a value, select 100%, 75%, or you can enter any custom value. Once you are done, click OK to accept it. Screen of the Excel will be adjusted automatically. We have different type of preview as well. This is the default preview which we are going to use in everyday task. But if we want to use another, we can select page layout view. So we can see header, footer, and each page wise, whatever the page size we have selected will be displayed accordingly. And here we have web view. So that is also a very good option for the formatting and the page adjustment that I will teach in details in the coming videos. So I'm going to accept this one. And here we have option for the sheets. By default, the sheet 1 is coming. If we want to insert a new sheet, we have to click on the plus sign. The sheet 2 will be inserted, and we can rename the sheet by right click on this. So we have some options that I will explain in details in the coming videos. In the downside, we have option called status bar. Here we can see ready. It means we can enter any data, and this is for recording the macros. If I click on it, macro or recording option will appear. So I'm going to cancel right now. We will discuss later on in details about the macros. So this is how we can use the interface. We have one more option called file. So this is called backstage view. Here we have some options for saving, for printing, sharing, export, close. And if we want our account details, we can click over here, and we have some more options and we can use that. And we have one more option that is called action options. Here we have all our different options which are categorized. These are the journals, formula, data, proofing, save, language, and so on. So we will use these options in the later in this course. So this is the interface. In the next video, we will learn more about the Excel. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video, we will learn how to create our first worksheet and how to save in the Excel format. For creating a workbook, first of all, we have to open an Excel. By default, we will get the book 1. On the top, we can see the name book 1. We have to save this after doing some work. Otherwise, we will lost our all work if we will not save this file. So for creating a new workbook, first of all, we have to click on file button, then come to the new, and here we have option. If we want blank workbook, we do not want any type of formatting, text, data, so we can select a blank workbook. So if I click on it, I will get new workbook, and as I already created book 1, the book 2 has been generated. If I create a new blank workbook, then book 2, 3, and it will go on. So I am going to close this one right now. Again, I'm going to click on this option and using the new option, and below that we have some templates provided by the Microsoft. These all templates are available free of cost from the Microsoft, and these all are categorized in different categories like business, personal, planner, tracker, list, budgets, and so on. Or if you want a specific type of template, you can search from here. Let's say I want invoice. I will type and press enter. Then system will search online Microsoft different invoices, and we can see the preview. So we have to select a template. Let's say I'm going to use this one, and system will ask to download. So we have to click on create, and we got it. it is not yet saved. We can see the simple business invoice number 1. Now we have to save this one. So for saving, we can use shortcut key Control S, or we can come over here on the file menu that is called backstage view. We have two options called save and save as. First of all, we will use save. Here we have option we can save this file into the PC, and these are the folders. These are the recently used folders, and this is for the last week used folders. So we can select that one, or we can browse from here. We can select any folder of our choice. We can give any name of our choice. Then we have to select a file type. If you click on it, we have different type of options. Normally we use Excel workbook or Excel macro enabled workbook, which is used for VBA. Right now I'm going to use Excel workbook. Here we can give the author name, tag, title, etc. if we want. These all are not mandatory, it is optional only. So after doing that, we have to click on save, and now our invoice got saved. We can close by clicking on the X button. I'm going to save this book 1 as well. So pressing Ctrl S, shortcut key. This time I got this option. We can choose a location from here or click on more for more options. So I used recently this folder, and this is my first work, and I'm going to give the name my first workbook, and I'm going to save this one. So these are the first thing you have to learn, how to save and how to create the new file. In the next video onwards, we will start entering the data and about the formatting in the Microsoft Excel. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In the last video, we discussed how we created our first workbook and we saved it. So before going ahead, we need to understand about a very good option called Quick Access Toolbar. On the top of the tab button, we can see some tools, save, undo. If you click on this little arrow button, we can see some more options. So this access toolbar is very useful for daily use or your favorite tool. If I use any tool here, I need to click on the tab, then come to that particular group, and then we have to select. Let's say for removing duplicate, we have to click 2 or 3 times, then only I can come over here. But if I assign this tool in the quick access toolbar, in a single click I can access that tool. So let's say I want to add this remove duplicate here. Before that, I can add some available tools, let's say email. So I'm going to just click on it, that tool will be available. So in a single click I can select that one. Even I can move this from top to the bottom of the tab. So click over here and it is show below of the ribbon, so I can use this here as well. And the second thing, if I press Alt, I will have 1 2 3 4 5 numbers. So if I press Alt 2 or Alt 4, the email option will be enabled. So this is the shortcut key. This is called Alt options. If I want to add remove duplicate to the quick access toolbar, just right click and click on add to access quick access toolbar. It will be added here. And we have one more option. Click over here, go to the more commands. That Excel option will appear. Here we are on the quick access toolbar category, and here we can find all popular commands. If we want a particular command from a particular tab, so we can select by clicking over here. So I'm going to select, let's say, data tab, and here I have all the tools used in the data tab. So let's say I want to use goal seek option, and selecting that tool and click on add, that will be added here. And after that you can click on OK, or you can use these options to move up and down. Once you're done, click on OK. That will be available over here. So this is called goal seek. And if I want to remove, just right click on this tool and remove from the quick access toolbar. That will be removed from here. So this is how you can use this quick access toolbar. I use this tool very frequently because it is very useful for doing your work quickly, and it will increase your productivity as well. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In this video, we will discuss how we enter the data in the Excel. For entering any data, first of all, we have to select any cell, then we have to start typing. There are three types of data we can enter in the Excel. The first one is numeric values or the numbers, which is called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or like that. So these are called numeric values. The second one in the text values. So let's say I'm going to insert my company's name, Veer Tutorial, name, last name. These all are called text. And the third one is date, which is actually is a number, but it is represented in a date format. But every date has a unique number, but we do not remember any name. Let me show you how we can enter any date. We have to enter a particular date in the date format. Let's say today is 24th of July 2024. So I used slash for bifurcating my date, month and the year, and once I press Control Enter, my cursor will be in the same cell in which I entered our date, but before that I was using the enter. So this is a tip which you can remember. First enter your data, then press Control Enter, so that particular cell will be selected. And now we have three types of data: number, text and the date. Now let me show you how we can see the actual numeric value of this date. Come to the Home tab and come to the number grouping and come to this option and select General. So as I told you earlier, every date has a unique value. So that value is 45497. That is the date value. But if I want to convert this into the date format, again I have to come to the Home tab, number group, and select the date option from here. We have different type of dates available. We will learn in details about the formatting of the all type of values in later on. So I'm going to select short date right now. So these are the main formatting options we have, type of data, but we have other type of formatting available in the Excel as well. Let's say I want to use currency. So I have entered one value, let's say 100,000. I think it is more than that. And I have currency options as well. So if I click on this little arrow button in which accounting number format, if I click on this, we have rupees, India, English, USD, and UK, Euro. If I want more accounting formats, just we have to click on the more, and then we can select the symbol as well. So all country symbols are available which we can use, and the first one will be depending on the regional settings you have selected in your Windows system. So I'm going to select rupees, and the decimal place would be 2, and this is the sample preview. If I click on OK, so that would be converted, and the width of the column would be adjusted automatically, but in other case it won't. And I have some more options. Let's say 80%. I can enter the value in the percentage. So select any number and click on this percentage style, so that would be converted into the percentage. We can convert in the comma, and we can increase the decimal places from here, and we can decrease using this option. So we have some more options for formatting of the numbers by using this option. So we have general, which can be a text, which can be a number, that is called number general, and this is numeric values which can be used for doing the calculation in the system. And this is for currency, which we already discussed. This is accounting, same, short date, long date. This is the time as well, and percentage, fraction, fiction, and we can find more number formats by clicking on this option. So all are categorized in the general. Then we have so much predefined values, currencies, accounting, date, time, percentage, fraction. So we can use any of them. So let me tell you what is the difference between the text and the numeric date. We cannot use the text data type for doing any calculation. So that is the main problem. So I want to do any calculation, we have to use equal sign. So right now, let's say I entered 25 and here 54. System is taking these values as a data or the numbers. But if I want to tell the system that I want to do some calculation, so we have to start with equal sign, then we have to select any value. Right now, what I am going to do is do the addition of the number entered in the cell value C11 and C12. So we can give the reference for doing any calculation. So we have to enter the equal sign, then we have to select the value of the cell, then we have to enter the plus sign and we give the reference of the next cell, and if I press Control, we will get the calculation over here. So we have given the reference of that cell. So right now, if I change any value of this cell, so we will get the desired result automatically. So this is the main use of the Excel. We can do lot of calculations using the functions and the formulas, and we will just change the data in the cells and we will get the desired result. So in the next video, we will explore some more options related to the Excel. Hello and welcome once again. In this video, we will create a new table, but we will also learn how we can open any workbook file from the local hard drive. For this, we can use our shortcut key Control O, or we can come over here, click on File menu and then click on Open button. Here we will find the recently used files, or click Browse to find or locate your file in your local hard drive. Go to your folder, select your file and click OK. That will be open. So you can open this file 0104 order data. Now in this video, we will learn how to enter this kind of table in our Excel file. That is very easy, but we will use the smartest way we can enter. Let's say we have a paper from which we are just going to see, and we have to type this kind of data. So I'm going to enter all my header in capital format. So I just start typing. I selected the cell number A20. I just start typing row ID, press tab. It will move to the right hand side instead of down. If you press enter, then it will move to the down side. If you press tab, it will move to the right hand side. Now enter order ID, press tab, then order date, press tab, ship date, press tab, ship mode, customer ID, tab, customer name, press tab, then segment, and then press tab, country, press tab. Now there is no column left to the right hand side. I'm going to press enter this time. See the magic. My cursor will move to the first column we have started in the next row. So now we can start entering our data like that. So this time also I have pressed tab. So like that you can enter the data. Okay, now you can see I have entered all the data in the capital format. So I'm going to use my function, the first function in which I want to convert this into the proper format. So as I already told, for using any calculation or the using any function, we have to start the value from equal sign. I will start typing my first function. You can note down it's proper. So I have to select, I can see the list as I start typing. So proper, then press tab, and then we have to give the reference of the cell to the A20 to the next one, and I have to close the bracket and I have to press Control Enter this time. Now we can see the values of row 1 has been converted into the proper format. Now I'm going to copy the cell value. For this we have to press Ctrl C, and then for pasting the values, first of all we have to select the next cell. For this I have to move the cell from A19 to the B19 by using right arrow key, then press Shift and right arrow key to do the selection, and then Ctrl V to paste the values, and we can see the function worked properly and we got our values in the proper format. And now I need to change this as a value. So I'm going to select this function data in one go. For the shortcut key is Shift Ctrl right arrow key, and now I'm going to copy this data, Ctrl C, and I want to change this to the values. Right now these values are in the function mode, but I do not want the function because I have converted, and now I want to delete my 20 number row. If I delete, then the reference will be deleted and the values will be remitted from the cell in which we have entered our function. So I need to convert this function into the values. So I have selected the cell ranges and copied, and now I'm going to the home tab, clipboard, and click on this little arrow button, and this time I'm gonna select paste values. And if you select any cell in the formula bar, we cannot see any equal sign. We can see all the values as a data in the cells. Now I have to delete this row number 20, right click on it and left click on the delete button, that will be deleted. And now I want to change this ID to the proper caps. So for this we have to double click on it, use the left and right arrow key, delete, and change the values. So this is how you can enter the data and save your time. In the next video, I will explain how you can do the selection of your data table and how you can quickly move from one cell to another without using mouse. And this is the best practice and you must learn this one. So stay tuned to the next video. Hello everyone. Welcome once again in Excel 2019 course. In this video, we will discuss about the move options and how to select the data in a particular range. In the last video, we learned how to delete single row. If I want to delete the multiple, then we have to select by using the mouse multiple rows at a time using the left click of the mouse, then right click and then delete. And now I want to move quickly. We can, for doing any formatting, first of all, we have to select a particular cell or range of cell. If I select A1, single cell has been selected and we can see the name A1 has been selected. If I select multiple, then we can see the first cell, but we can see the two cells are highlighted. It means these are the selected cells. So for doing any formatting, copy, paste options, we always have to select the cell or range of the cells. So we can use our mouse. We just left click and hold the mouse button and we can move the cursor and we can select the range of the cells, and we can press Ctrl C and then we can do the paste to somewhere else. But if you use mouse, that would be very difficult for you and time consuming. So in this video, we are going to discuss how you can use your mouse in quick way. So here we have only few data. The range is very less, but if we have thousands of data, which I'm going to provide in this video, we have another file, simple order files, in which we have 10,000 or maybe 1 million rows of data. So how we can move our cursor from one place to another cell, that we are going to learn in this video. So first of all, note down our first key is Control Home. So wherever we are in the Excel, if we press Control Home, we always be on the top of the row. So wherever you are, just press Control Home. You will be on the first cell of the worksheet, that is A1. But if you have used freeze row, that I'm gonna explain in coming videos, but I will show you we can use the freeze rows. So I want to freeze my first row. So let's say I have only 34 rows displayed over here. If I go down, so I cannot see the heading, but I want to see. For this we can freeze this first row. For this we can use view, go to freeze pan and the freeze row. So the first row has been freeze, so I can easily see my first row whenever I come down. So this is also a very advanced option. But if you are here or maybe here, if you press Control Home this time, you will be on the A2 cell. So it will not count or consider the freezed rows. You have to remember this thing. You have to keep in your mind this thing. So I'm going to unfreeze this time. Now again press Control Home. I'm on the A1 cell. So now note down my second shortcut key, which is Control right arrow key. But before that we will use right arrow key press. So my cursor will be moved to the next cell to the right hand side. But I want to go to the last cell in one go. So I will press Control right arrow key. I want to go to the last filled cell to the downside. For this I can use Control down arrow key. But if I press without control, it will move to the one cell only, whether it is filled with the data or not. But if I select control, it will go to the downside to the filled cell only. Why I am telling you the filled cell? Let's say I remove this one, and if I press Control up arrow key this time, so I will be stuck in between. So you should have filled all the data in complete row in all the cells. Then only you can use left, right, up and down keys with the control to move your cursor in all table. So I'm moving like this. I'm going to undo my fill the data. Now I press Control Home, Control right, Control down, Control left, Control up. 1, 2, 3. I'm on the 5th row. Then Control right, and then I can move like this. Now it is time to learn how to go to the first cell. So if I press Home, then it will be come back to the left hand side. If I press End key and if I press right arrow key after that, and you can see the end mode has been enabled over here, it will be moved to here. If I press Home, it will move to the back. If I press End then right arrow key, it will move to the right hand side. But if I press End then left arrow key, it will move to the end of the left hand side. Press End then up arrow key, End and the down arrow key. So this is the shortcut key. You can use the End arrow key of the keyboard. Now I'm going to open our large file, sample data of superstar order file, which have thousands of rows, and let's see how we can use. So this is the main file, and if I press Control Home, I am on the A1. If I press Control down arrow key, I am on the last. So we have 10,000, approximately 10,000 rows of data. If I press End up arrow key, it will move to the top. Right arrow key, Control with the right arrow key, then Control down arrow key, Control left arrow key. So this is how you can use these arrow keys. Now we are going to use for selection of this data. So if I press Control Home, and if I want to selected rows only, so let's say only 5 rows, so I will press Shift and the right arrow key, but it takes a lot of time and efforts. So what I will do, Shift Control right arrow key, it will select the complete row. Then I will press and hold the Shift button from the keyboard and one time and press down arrow key to select the second, third, fourth, fifth, like that. So you can select like this. So if I press Control Home, I want to select the complete table. and the table should be connected by the data. Let's say all the data in the first row filled with the data, it is not missed. So let's say I'm deleting the city. If I go here, if I press shift control right arrow key, so it will be selected like this. So we have to again press control down, shift control right arrow key, then again, then only it will be selected. So I'm going to undo, and now I'm going to select this complete table in one go. For this you have to select control A. The complete data will be selected, that range. If I press again control A, the complete sheets data will be selected. I'm repeating, I'm going to home by pressing control home. Now I'm pressing control A, that table will be selected. Okay, I'm moving to the shorter side. Here, if I press control A, we can select a particular table which is connected by the cell and the rows. If I again press control A, the whole spreadsheet will be selected. Now we can copy or paste. Now press control home, and I can select one. I'll give one more tip, shift control press and that will also select that particular table. So these are the few options which you remember, and you have to do the practice of these shortcut keys, which is very useful for your daily routine work. If you will use your keyboard frequently instead of mouse, your speed in the Excel will work like anything. So this is the way you can move your cursor, and you can do the movement using the shortcut keys. If you have any query related to that, just let me know. I will try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In this video we are going to use how to do the alignment of your data. For this we will use the same sheet 0104 order data. You can just open from your provided sheets. Now we are going to create the duplicate of this worksheet as well. For this we have to just right click over here, and we have to select move and copy option. So I'm going to reduce the size, and you can see move and copy. Select that option, and we have to select this option, create copy, and then click OK. And then you can rename it by using this option, alignment. Press enter to accept it, and now I'm adjusting the screen of Excel as well. Now let us begin all the options. So first of all, we have to use alignment. For that I already discussed, we have to select the cell for which we want to apply any formatting option. So let's say I want to apply the alignment of this column to center, but before that I need to increase the width of this column. So I just move my cursor in between B and C. I can see my cursor of mouse has been changed, so I'm moving this to the right hand side. So this is the way you can adjust the width. Then we have to select the complete column by click on the top of the B column. Then we have to select the alignment. Like right now it is aligned to the left, the center and the right. So you can use alignment option. Now I want to increase the height of this row. So I just put my cursor between 3 and 4, and I can see the same. Now the cursor has been changed to this, just left. Now I want to increase the height of the row. Put your cursor between the 4 and 5. The cursor sign has been changed, and click and drag to the downside. The height would be adjusted automatically. Now this time I have to select in complete row. For this we have to select this one, or we can use the shortcut key shift spacebar. Now I need to select this option. So this will be used for middle align, and this is the top align, and this is to the bottom align. And now I am going to select a single cell, and we will use this option, which is orientation. Just click on this little arrow button and we can use different type of alignment like counterclock, angle clock, vertical, rotate text type, rotate text down, and then format cell alignment. Once I click on it, I will be on the advanced option. From here we can manage completely and we can adjust using this, and we can see the degree, and this is totally customizable. We can come again over here and we have some more options like horizontal, vertical, and we can do the indent as well. So after doing all your formatting, click on OK or cancel to cancel your formatting. And if you want to, we can undo all the formatting which we applied. And now I'm going to use wrap text. So just understand what is wrap text. So let's say I have less width for my text and I cannot see the complete line which is standard class. We can use wrap text. If I select these all data by using, this time I'm gonna use Shift Control down arrow key, and if I go to the wrap text and click on it, so all overlapped text will be collapsed into this cell and will be, the height of the row will be adjusted according to the text we have. If I adjust the width, it will be adjusted, but row will not adjust automatically. The shortcut key to adjust the row in one go, just click on this conjunction of this corner, double click in middle of any row, the height will be adjusted automatically. But if I select the data, if I enter over here, if I enter 1 time, space 2 time, 3 time, and then 4 time, and if I press enter, the height will be adjusted automatically. So this is the use of wrap text. So I'm going to deselect this option. Okay, so double click, it will be adjusted like this, automatic. So you have to adjust the width by double click in middle of the 2 columns. Now we are going to learn about increase or decrease indent. So first of all, I am going to select these and I am going to decrease the indent and then increase the indent. So these are the options related to the alignment. We will discuss more formatting options in next video. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In this video we are going to learn about formatting. Here I have one table which is not looking so good. My task is to give some professional look. So I will give you some tips how you can use your shortcut keys, keyboard shortcut keys. So you have to note down one by one. That is very important for doing all your formatting things and selection of data using the keyboard only. Very rarely I use mouse. Where I cannot use, then whenever possible I use only my keyboard instead of mouse. So first of all, I have to select this table to move downside. For this I will use Control A to select, Control X to cut the data, then I will move my cursor and I want to paste it here. So you can use cut and paste like this. Now I want to adjust the width of the column. For this we can use a shortcut key using the Alt. So I'm going to press Alt and the option is in format, which is available on the home. On the top of the tabs you can see some characters has been highlighted. So I'm gonna use H and then we can see the characters in the tabs. So now I'm going to use my Alt sequence shortcut keys, which is very useful. Press Alt from the keyboard. We can see characters are appeared on the top of the tab. Press H to select the home tab. Now I have come to the format option here. For this I have to press just O. Then I have to select auto fit column width, which is I. So you have to remember this. Alt H O I. I'm going to undo this. Alt H HOI. That will save a lot of time. So see, when you do the practice with these shortcut keys, which is very frequently used, it will not take time. But if you use your mouse, that take a lot of time. So let me undo. If you use your mouse, see how quickly I can do if I know the shortcut keys. So I'm going to select Control A, Control X, move the cursor downside, paste. Now Alt HOI. So this is how you have to do the practice. Now I have to change the format of the date. You can see all are in numbers. So I'm using my up and down arrow keys. I am here, Control Shift down arrow key. Now Alt H, N for formatting, then Alt down arrow key and select the short date, and I want to center it, which is already centered. I want to feed some color in the heading. For this, Shift Control right arrow key for selection of the heading row. Now I want to feed the color, Alt H, H and select the color. Let's say I'm gonna select this one, press enter and Control B to make it bold. And now I have to select some columns. So now we can use mouse and we can adjust the width of the columns by using the mouse like this. Now the width of selected columns are same. Now we can use again Shift Control like this. I want to do the changes here. So now I can use the mouse if you want, because some work you have to do with the mouse as well. So I'm going to reduce the decimal places. I'm going to select and reduce the decimal places of these. And for this, I want to make it like this, discount, and I want to make it center. And I want to increase the width and like this, width, adjust the width, looking quite good. Make it center, adjust the width of here, so make it center, and now I want to give some border. Select all the table, come to the home tab, come on the font group and select this option and apply all border. We can apply only left, top, bottom or no border if you remove all borders from your table. And now I want to highlight these particular areas separately. So let's say I'm going to use this one. Come to the border. I want to use thick outside border. And now I can apply the last formatted tool by pressing F4 from the keyboard. Control S. Do not forget to save by pressing Control S. And now I would like to see the preview. Before that, I need to adjust the page layout. Come to the page layout. Here we can adjust the orientation to landscape. And once I select that one, we can see a dotted dash line over here. So it means it is outside from the page 1. So I want to remove this cell from here and I want to select this option and this option, and we can see the page 1 and this is the page 2. Select that blue line, move to the right hand side. Now it is fit in the page 1 only. Again, click over here to see the preview. Control S to save. Now want to see the print preview exactly. Press Control P. And this is the first page which we are going to take print out. We can click on page button to take the print out. We can make the copies from here, and these options will be explained in the coming videos. Press escape to come out from here. And now I want to give some heading of it. So let's say my first table. Select that cell, come to the home tab, do the alignment. Now I want to make it highlight. So just use styles, which is provided by the Microsoft. Just click, come to the home tab, click over here, and we have some good options. Predefined formats like heading 1, 2, 3, total, and you can use anyone which you like. So I'm going to use heading 1 only, and I'm going to select some more cell and then I will apply. and you can do some more formatting if you want. Select that cell and do the formatting. And now I want to do one more task. I want to do the total of these cells. So I'm going to use function called sum this time. So as I already explained, for using any function or calculation, it will be started from equal sign, and I will start typing sum, press tab, and now give the range of the cells for which we want to do the calculation. So this time we have given the range, close the bracket, control plus enter, save this one, come to the profit side. We want to do the same in quantity, then paste the function over here and select this row and come again to the styles and select the total. Increase some font size, save this one, and now see the preview by pressing Ctrl P. I think it is looking quite good. So we will discuss some more options about the formatting and the shortcut keys. So whatever I discussed in this video, you have to note down and do your practice with the provided data. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we are going to design this employee timesheet in Excel, and we will also discuss some more formatting options and tips and tricks as well. So let's get started. First of all, I have to adjust my screen so that I can easily see this preview and I can work in the Excel as well. So I'm going to adjust. Now I can start designing the table. So first of all, we will design this part, the table, then we will design this top part and the heading, and then footer part. So let's get started using the cell. I would like to type date, then start time, end time, then regular hours, overtime hours. And when we have any mistake and we move to next cell, just press shift tab and press F2 and do your changes. Now again press tab to move to the next cell and then total hours. Now I need to adjust equally, and I need to select shift control right arrow key, alt H AC for center, control B for bold. That's all for now. And now I will select some down side as well. So I will press shift and down arrow key and I will select these type of rows, and then I will press shift space and I will adjust the height as well bit. Okay, and I will select this option called middle alignment, and now again I'm going to select this area, and now I'm going to put all borders, and on outside I would like to mention the thick outside border, and here I have totals and it is in center and bold as well, and this is outside border, and I would press F4 to apply all the borders. So it looks quite good. Now I'm moving to the top part. So here I will select this one and I will come to the home page, and here I will select this option called merge and center. So it will merge all the cells, and now I can enter my heading in it. So employee time sheet, press enter. Again I'm going to select, and I would like to make it align left, and then I will see the style cells, and this time I will select heading 4. I will increase the size. I'm going to make it italic, and I can change the font from here. if you do not like it, and we can change the color from here, automatic. And now I'm going to enter employee name, and I will increase the height of the row as well, and selecting this complete area and make it center. And I have to put the bottom border, so I will select bottom border now, and similarly I will copy this, and this time I'm gonna paste over here, and downside as well. I will adjust the height, so I'm selecting these 3 rows by using my mouse, and I will put my cursor and I will increase a bit height, so the height of the rows will be adjusted automatically. Then I will change this text to employee, and here supervisor, and I will make it in small, and here department, and here extension. I think all looking quite good. We can merge these cells as well. I'm selecting and I'm pressing F4 to apply the same formatting as I did before, and I would like to save this. More option, Excel course file, then chapter 1, and here time sheet. Give the name, press enter to save this file, and I would like to see the preview, so Control P. So total hours are coming. We need to adjust this area, so I'm going to press here, move this line over here, Control S to save, come back, and it's looking quite good. Now going downside, and I would like to copy this, so this time instead of typing I would like to copy, so I'm selecting this area, Control C to copy, select this area and go over here and paste, press enter, and you can see this area is looking same as above. So what I will do, instead of doing all those things, I will copy and I will paste over here, and I will adjust the height. First of all we have to select the row, so I will use shortcut key shift space to select all the rows, then increase the height, and I will remove the border from here. So after selection, come over here and select no border and change the text employee signature, and then supervisor signature, and here date and date. So now I need to remove this merge. So again I'm going over here on home tab, and I need to select unmerge, and here as well unmerge, and here F4, F4, and now I will copy and paste. I will delete these. I will select this one and then right alignment, and I put, sorry, F4, enter the semicolon, then signature area. I think everything is fine. We can put our header as well, so I'm going to copy this. Sorry, I need to save this file, Control S. Now come to the view and remove this grid lines. The grid lines are not printable. It is used just for display purpose only, so you can bifurcate between all the cells. So once you are done, you can click over here to adjust the height and width, and select Control P to see the form design. So it's absolutely great. It's almost matching from here, and with this sheet, so that way you can create the form and do your practice with some other forms. In the next video we will learn advanced form designing. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In this video we are going to design some advanced form using a special trick. If we design any form, we can do the calculations automatically. So it is very easy for using the forms and creating the forms in the Excel. So let us get started. So in the previous video we designed a simple timesheet in which we selected the cells, but I selected the cells in higher width. Now I am going to reduce the width of the cells. So what I can do, I have to click over here the conjunction of the rows and the columns, and I need to decrease the size, I mean the width of all the cells. It looks like this. So here first of all we have to save. I already saved this file. You can see this file in the chapter 1, R2 form design advanced, and again I have to press the save. Now what we will do, we will use the merge option in this form designing. So what we can do, we have to start from the top. So in the top we have form vet R2, but before that we need to understand how many cells we required so that we can merge. Or what we can do, we can click over here and then come back over here. Now I can see the page line over here. So within that page line I can design my first page form, and now I know my limitation. So I will select the complete area of that page and then I will merge it, and then we will type form vat-r2, press enter, and in similar way I will select like this, and this time instead of copy paste I will select Control D. So if you use the Control D, what will happen, the top cells data will be copied to the current selected cell. So in that case it was form vat2. I had mistake in typing, so press F2 and do the rectification, form vat-r2. So what I did, I just selected the area and then press Control D. That will copy the data from the top row in the current selected cell. Now I can delete. I can type C rule 16 subsection 2. Now we have date over here, so we can type D, press tab D, then M. I need to leave some space, M, and then Y. So just select all the data, Control X, and then we can move. Or we have one more trick to moving the data. Select the cells and now put your cursor on these lines. So if the cursor has been changed like this, so you have to just click and drag to the desired area. I'm going to select once again, make it center, and then here I would like to type origin duplicate. So this time I'm gonna select Control C, click over here and then use paste special to paste, and then I have to enter. I need to give some space. So instead of space I will type 1 dash dealers identity. So I'm gonna use this option and make it bold, and then I will type name and style of business, then address, then tin, change the name, F2, press home, then N and change, and I will select like this, and then I will select this area. I would like to increase the area so that you can see. I will Now for the border, I have to select this area and come to Home tab, select border and select outside border, and in the date side I have to select complete area and then come to this all border, and from here I need to select the area and then outside only, and in the address here we have to enter contact number, and this will be outside area and this is also outside area, and then tin 06, make it center and select this area and select all border, then economic activity code, select this area, outside border, and here all border. Now moving to the next part, which is description. So instead of description, I would start from here, list, and 1 2 3. So I will use 2 rows and I will increase the width of second row like this, and I will select this area and then I will merge it, and this is the text. I'm gonna copy, click and paste, and here we have to merge, then B value of goods. You can decrease the size of the font, and then on the top we have to merge all the area and type A description center, then increase the indent, and this area we have to merge left, and then copy this area and then paste, and then copy the next line, again coming over here, come to the last point, click enter, select that cell, click on wrap text, decrease the size, it is adjusted now, and here I need to type to A and click on this. I think we need to adjust this area a bit more, so we can increase the height to adjust, looking quite good. Now it's time to put the border. So again I'm going to select this one, then outside, this time I'm gonna press F4 and F4, and here F4, here also F4, Control S. I'm going to remove grid lines for some time, so selecting this one, and then come over here, all border, and this area, this cell, all border. Sorry, here we need to select outside border and fill with the color. Select this area, select this option to fill the color, and here to B, then deductions, select this area and outside, and then outside by using F4, and we will merge this area by using this and using this. I need to see the grid lines, so I will select this area and click over here, and I will merge this area as well, merge and left, and this will be same. So I'm going to select this area and then bottom border. Now I'm going to copy, select 4 rows, Control V, and this area I would like to put outside border, and here outside border. Save, and then you can type like this, copy, paste, and if I have extra space we can delete by selecting this and press enter. And now I will enter 1, and if you will use this type of information, sometimes you will get the wrong information due to Excel will consider number in other way. So if you are entering any number within the bracket, so always use this sign, then type anything, it will consider as text. So you can copy and paste, and then you can change the number 4, and you can copy paste all the data over here. So now I'm going to see the preview. It's looking quite good. And now what you have to do, I have completed my task. Now it is your time to do the practice, and you have to design this form again or complete to all the pages. So that is very good practice for designing any form. And also in coming videos we will learn how to do the automatic calculation if I have some other page, and then we will give the references of these pages. So we will do the calculation in other pages, and we will bring some values in here, so that if any mistake, any problem in the form, we can do the rectification quickly. If we will fill this type of form manually and we have rectification, then it takes a lot of time to do. So thank you for watching. If you have any problem, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video, we are going to use discuss about the data types used in the Excel. We already discussed in the chapter 1, but here also I'm going to explain data types. Basically, there are 3 data types used in the Excel. The first is numeric values, such as numeric values. These all values are used to do the calculation in Excel, such as sum, addition, deletion. We will use these number values to the more complex functions or the calculations using the inbuilt functions of the Excel. We will also use text type, that is our second data types. We use the characters display in the strings. Basically, text data include any combination of letters and numbers like names and addresses, etc. So the third and the last one is date and time values. These let you record your specific date and hours, making it easy to track schedule or deadlines. So by using these 3 data types, you can organize, analyze and display your information effectively in Excel. Let me explain one more thing. Dates and the time values will be recorded in numeric values, but displayed in the date and the time format. For example, I have entered one date format over here. We used date, then a separator, then month and the year, and time in this format. We can enter like this. Even we can enter date with the time in the Excel. These all are numeric values. Let me display. First of all, I have to select any particular date. Now come to the Home tab, then come to the number group and select this option and select General. So each date have a separate unique number values. This is the internal values. But if you want to convert any number into date, just you have to select and go to the format, select long or short date type, or we can get more options related to the display of date and time. We can select like this, and we have so many options over here. We can select, and once we are done, click OK to display that number in particular format. let's say I'm gonna display this number into a date, so that would be changed like this. So this time is also represented in the background as a number. So I'm selecting this one and going to general, so that is in the numeric field only. So because we want to do some calculation using the dates, sometimes we want to calculate the days between particular dates, so we have to convert and use this format in the number values only, then only the algorithm of the Excel can do the simple or the complex calculation. So these you have to use in the Excel. So you have to remember these three data types in the Excel. Hello everyone. In this video we will discuss about special characters in Excel. These special characters in Excel are symbols that are not letters or numbers but can still be entered into Excel. These include punctuation mark like commas, periods and quotation marks, as well as symbols like @ ampersand, $sign, percentage sign and many more. Special character can be used to format data, create labels or add emphasis. For example, you might use a $sign to represent money, an ampersand to join two text strings, or an asterisk sign to highlight important information, or an asterisk sign to highlight important information. Special characters can also be useful in formulas and functions to perform specific tasks, like separating values or indicating range. By understanding and using special characters, you can make your Excel data more organized and easier to read. So these are some special characters which we can directly use from the keyboard, but some special characters are not available in the keyboard, but we can still insert into our Excel cells. So where we can find these special characters, just come to the Insert tab. On the very left hand side we have symbols. Just click on it. Here we have one dialog box called Symbols. Here we have two options, Symbols and Special Characters. So these are the special characters we can insert directly from here. Okay, let's say sometimes we want to use the copyright or the trademark, so we can use directly from here. Just double click, it will be inserted in the selected cell. If we want to use any particular symbol which is not available in the keyboard, so we can use from here. On the bottom we can see recently used symbols. We have to just select and click on insert, or just double click on it. It will be inserted as many as times you want. So we have different font types available. So if you select, so these are the different font types we have, so we can use from here as well. So from here normally we use symbols only. So let's say we want to use this one, just double click, it will be inserted. I'm gonna display one more option. For example, my V tutorial is a trademark. So now I want to insert. You can see all other tools are grayed out, but only symbols are available because I am in editing mode in the cell. So I'm selecting symbol. Now I can use trademark or the copyright and then insert and then close and press enter. That will be added like this. So this is the special character we can use. In the next video we will discuss some more options related to the Excel. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video we will discuss about autocorrect option in Excel. Autocorrect in Excel is a feature that automatically correct common typing mistakes and misspelled words as you type. It helps you to save time and avoid errors by fixing things like capitalization mistake and common misspelled words. For example, if you type TEH instead of the, let's take example TEH. If I type TH but I am going to type the, so if I press tab it will be corrected automatically. Similarly, if I type some other words which is included in the option of autocorrect in Excel in the background, then only it will be corrected. So this feature is very useful for ensuring that your data entries are accurate and consistent, making your work in Excel smoother and more efficient. So let's go to the background of the Excel. For this we have to use file option, go to option, and from here we will come to the proofing option, and here we have autocorrect option. So in the autocorrect options we have three options. First is autocorrect, auto format, as you type, actions, and the math correct. Here we will discuss about autocorrect only. So let's say we have some options. So autocorrect option button, if we want to enable this option, so we can use this one. Enable this option, correct two initial capital letters, then enable capitalize first letter of sentence, capitalize name of the days. So these are the some keys which we can replace automatically. And here whenever we type something, so this is a replace and with. It means whenever we type C in small c in the brackets, small brackets, so it will be converted into the copyright. If we type E, it will be converted in the euro sign. And trademark, if we type like this, if you go down, we will have all the replacement with. So let's say if I type ACN, it will be converted into the CAN automatically. If really we want ACN, then we have to type once again and press enter, then it will not convert. So we can also define our own words. Let's say my company name is VTutorial. I want to replace it with VT. Whenever I type VT and press space, it must be converted into the VTutorial. So I'm going to add VT, and here I would like to type VTutorial and click on add button. It will be added over here. Now click OK and OK. So now whenever I type VT and press space, it will be converted into the VTutorial. That is very good option whenever you want to enter a specific line, everyday tasks. So you can use a small combination of some characters or some numbers. So whenever you enter that particular combination of characters, your full line, it can be a paragraph, your company name, your address, your email ID, or anything which you can think useful for you. So this is a very good option, you must use it. Hello everyone, in this video I'm gonna share one good tip for entering data in the list. For example, I want to enter some people's name in the Excel. So let's what is going on. So first we select a cell and we start typing. Let's say John, Carey. Whenever I start typing starting from the J, you can see automatically whatever we have entered previously in our list, it must be connected like this. So there is no space between cell. Then it will consider automatically any text from the above or from the list we have entered. Here we have only two names. So John is available. So I'm gonna use some other name, let's say Johnny. If I press enter and again I'm going to enter J, so this time I will not get any suggestions from the Excel. If I press O, H, N and Y, then only I will see a suggestion. But we can use a very good option called Autofill. If I right click and select pick from the drop down list, so we will have all the available options suggested by the Excel in our list. So we can select like this, and the shortcut key for the same is Alt down arrow key. So we can select like this and we can save our time. So the spelling will be same and there will be a no mistake in typing. So that is also a very good option. Let's say I combined some name, let's say John Carey over here, and if I press Alt down arrow key, so we can select the list from here. And if I move to the third or fourth cell and between there is no space, then we will not get any option because it is discontinue here. But if I use this option here, then I will get the suggestions, and if I press over here, then also I will get, because this list is connected. If there is discontinue over here, let's say here, I will not get anything. So this is also a very good option you can use for data entry. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss about the autofill in Excel. This autofill option in Excel is a feature that helps you to quickly fill cell with a series of data based on the pattern you established. It saves times by automatically continuing the sequence you have started. For example, if you have entered January in one cell and February in the next cell, you can use autofill to drag and fill the following cell with the March, April and so on. You can also use the numbers like entering 1 or 2 in the first two cells and dragging to fill the next cells with 3, 4 and so on. So autofill can be used for date, times, text patterns and even formulas, making it powerful tool for efficiently managing data in the Excel. Let's begin with the example. I have a table over here and here I need to enter the serial number 1, 2, 3 and so on. We have only few rows of data, but just think whenever we have 10,000 rows of data, how difficult it is to enter the manual serial number. For example, if I enter 1, 2, 3, 4, then I have to type. But Excel provide autofill option that will solve your problem. So there is no need to enter so much of data. Just select the data. First I'm gonna make it center, the alignment. So first we have enter 1 or 2. These are the numeric values. Now I want to generate rest of the numbers. So I have to come over here, this plus sign. The cursor will be changed into the plus sign and we have to click and drag to the downside up to the last row. So system will automatically generate a series. So now we have series in which only the value of 1 will be added. But if we have different series, so we can create. I'm going to delete. Let's say I entered 5 over here. If I select this one, if I drag to the last one, so each number will be increased by the 4. So 1, 5, 9 like this. So I'm going to under. So Excel will consider the series automatically in case of numbers. So we can also use it for month and the weekdays. Let's say I entered Sunday and Monday, and if I select and if I drag to the downside, so we can see the preview of the list as well generated by the automatically. If I release the mouse, the series will be generated. Similarly, we can create January, Feb, and it is in the short form as well. But how system is getting these series automatically, that is already filled in the background. I'll show you, but before that I want to show you one more very good example. Let's say we have 10,000 of rows, so it is very difficult and time consuming to drag your mouse to the downside. So just type your series, select the data and just double click on it. It will move to the last cell. Let me show you in the sample file. So here are the orders data in which I have 10,000 rows of data. So now I need to enter my series. So I will type 1, then 2. I will select it and just double click. That's all we need to do. Now press Ctrl down arrow key to come down. All data will be filled automatically. So that's very great feature. Now let me explain. I'm gonna close this one. Let me show you where we can maintain our series. So you have to go to the file, then options, and come to the advanced tab and come down. And here we have general category. Select edit custom list. Here we can manage our list. Monday, Sunday, January, February. That is the text series which already entered over here. We can manage any series from here. Let's say I want to manage from these 2, 3 words. If I enter and import, it will be inserted over here and then add and then OK. So next time click OK, and next time whenever I use this one and select and drag, the third name come automatically. So this is just an example. So you can create your own custom series if you want. And one more very good example over here. let's say I change the color. I did some formatting like this, not looking good. I'm increasing the size of the font. Now I used Format Painter, and the Format Painter is a very good option to copy paste the formatting of any particular cell. Let's say I want to copy the formatting of this cell, so I just select this one, and if I select another cell, this will be applied automatically. So I'm going to display my example for related to the autofill. So this time I am going to remove this one as well, and I'm going to select this one, and if I drag to the downside, I will have some options. If I release, I will have one more option, this. If I click over here, so let's move to the upper side, and now I have some options. Copy the cells only, so fill the data without formatting. If I select this one, so we will not get the formatting, we got only the series. So I'm going to drag once again, just click over here. If I fill months only, and this is the flash fill which we are going to cover in the next video. So these are the options for autofill you can use. It's very good for time saving whenever we need to enter the data automatically. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss about the flash fill option, which is a part of autofill which we discussed in the last video. Flash fill in Excel is a tool that help you automatically fill in data based on the pattern you provided. It is very useful for quickly formatting and organizing data without using complicated formulas. For example, I have complete name in the column A, and I need to extract the first name, last name and the initials from here. I can use text functions provided by the Excel, but Excel also provided flash fill. That is very useful in these cases. So let's say first I just type the first name in the same manner, and once I press enter, it will move to the next cell downside. Again I will enter the same, so the name is same, so I will accept and I press enter. So this time select this data and select this option, click, and now move to the third cell and press Ctrl E from here. You will see the magic. It's amazing. If you cannot see the option of flash fill, this is the shortcut key actually. Press undo and then come to the data tab and select the flash fill from the data tool option. Click over here, that will be worked like a magic. Now the last name, so I will type the same, and then the second one, and this time we got the suggestions, autofill suggestions provided by the Microsoft. That is very useful, and once we think it is everything which we want, then press enter, accept it. If you go down, all data will be filled automatically. Now I want to retrieve the initials, means the first character for both first and the last name, then A and then B, press enter, then A, H, press enter. In case you will not receive the suggestions, then select fill option and see the magic. We can also use this in the numeric values. For example, I want to extract the first 4 characters from here, so this time I'm gonna use this one, and then 16, 18, and we got the suggestions based on the data provided. But one thing you have to remember over here is that this is not dynamic. It means whenever you change any data from here, it will not convert it over here automatically. This is static data and this is not dynamic data. Let's say we want to extract the date from here, so let's say I want to extract year, so we got the suggestion. In case we will not get, then again come to the data tab, flash fill, boom. So that is very useful for extracting the data. You must use it for your data analysis. So if you have any question related to that, just let me know. I'll provide my answer as soon as possible. Thank you friends. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn how to insert or delete columns or row and its shortcuts. Here I have table. Now I want to insert the row on the left hand side. So the first way and the easiest way is to just use your mouse. Just select this column and then right click, and then we can click on insert it. Then we will get the column in between. And for deleting, just right click and select the delete button. Similarly, if you want to insert a row, select a row, right click and insert, right click and delete. If you want to insert multiple on the left hand side columns, select the multiple columns, right click, insert, and similarly select the multiple columns, then right click and delete. Similarly, select the multiple rows, right click, insert rows above, and then select the multiple rows and right click and delete. Now we will use shortcut keys. For selecting a row from the keyboard, the shortcut key is Control space. Press Shift right or left arrow keys to select the multiple columns to the right or the left. Now press Ctrl Shift plus to insert, and for deleting Ctrl plus minus sign. For selecting a row, use Shift space, then Shift up and down arrow key to select upper side or the lower side of rows. And for inserting the new rows, on the above select Ctrl Shift plus or Control minus to delete. If you do not want to select the row or column, you can use simply Control Shift plus sign to a cell. We will get the insert pop-up and select what you want to do. Let's say I want to insert entire row. Select this option and press enter, or simply press R from the keyboard and press enter. The new row above will be inserted. If you want to delete, Control minus sign, select the entire row, and you can see the heading is delete right now, and press enter. We can also insert the cell. For this we can use Control Shift plus sign, and we can shift the cell to the right. Select this option and click OK. The cell will be selected. Control N. If I selected multiple cells, press Control Shift plus and shift cell to the right. These all selected cell will be moved to the right hand side. Undo. If I want to move to the down side, select cell down, select this option and press enter. All cell will be moved to the down side. Control Z. If I want to delete, then select Control minus sign, and this time we can shift cell to the left hand side, so all will be deleted. Undo. If I am selecting over here and press Control minus shift to the left, so the data in the selected cell will be deleted and data from the right hand side move to the left hand side. Undo. The same will happen to the down side. Shift cell up, so the current selected cells will be deleted and the data bring up from the selected cells. Press undo, save. These are the shortcut keys using the keyboard and the mouse. We can also do the same by using this option. Come to the home tab and come over here cells. Then after selecting the particular row, column or the cell, you can take the action. So you can insert cell, you can insert sheet rows, or you can insert sheet columns. So let's say I want to insert the row, click OK, then all row will be inserted. Undo. We can insert column, undo. We can also do the same by using delete. We can delete the row, column, and we can delete the sheet from here. So these are the options related to the inserting or deleting the row or column in the Excel sheet. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In this video we will discuss how to hide and unhide the row and columns in Excel. Whenever we have large data, sometimes for display or for analysis purpose, we have to hide some columns or the rows. For this, we can use our mouse or the keyboard shortcuts or the tab options. So first of all, we will discuss mouse option. Simply select the single or the multiple columns you want to hide. Let's say I want to hide order details. Then right click, and here we have option hide. Once you click on it, we can see A, B, and then directly E. So D, C or D column is hidden right now. So for unhide, we have to select B and E and then right click and unhide. In the similar way, we can hide or unhide the single or multiple rows. So I'm selecting multiple rows, right click and click on hide. Select the rows 5 and 11 because all the rows in between these rows are hidden. Right click and then click on unhide. All rows will be unhided. So we can use the shortcut key. First of all, we have to select the column by pressing Ctrl space bar. The shortcut key for hide any column, single or multiple, select those rows. Let's say I want to hide these columns. So I selected the cells only this time, and we can press Ctrl 0 this time to hide. And if I want to unhide, we have to select and then right click and unhide. There is no shortcut key for unhide. We can hide the row as well. I'm going to select multiple cell, then I'm selecting Control 9 to hide the rows, and for unhide we have to select by using Shift with space bar and then right click and unhide. We can use the option from here as well. So let's say I want to hide this particular column. So after selecting the column, come to the Home tab, then Format, and from here hide and hide, and hide columns. For unhide, we have to select, then Format, and then unhide column. Similar way, we can hide the row, and we can unhide after selection. Come to the Format, hide and unhide, and unhide rows. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss about the worksheet management. As you are aware that workbook contain multiple worksheet. This is the file name of this sheet is data type. That is a complete workbook in which we have multiple spreadsheet or the worksheet we can say, and those are available over here. If we click, then the sheet will appear, and then we can do our calculation. We can enter our data over here. So now in this video we will discuss how we will manage and what are the different options related to these worksheets. If you right click on any worksheet, we have multiple options called, the first one is insert. If you select this one, a new dialog box will appear. From here we can create a new worksheet. So these are the multiple options, but don't worry about it. Just select a simple worksheet over here. A blank worksheet will be inserted, and we can go from the templates from here. We can select time card, sales report, personal loan, loans. So these all are available. If you want to download more template, then go to this link and you can download, which we already discussed in the earlier videos. So I'm going to cancel this one, and if you want to delete this, right click and select delete. It will ask for deletion, then you have to select, then it will be deleted. We can rename by using this option, and we can move and copy. This option is very important. Then select this one and move and copy dialogs will appear. From here we can select before sheet name. Let's say I want to make a copy of flash fill and where I want to insert it, before data type, before special character, or before fill autofill list. Select that particular sheet, select create a copy over here and click OK. Now we have a duplicate flash fill sheet over here, and after the just before the autofill list. And now I'm going to delete by using this option. So we got this dialog box, I can delete. Make sure before deleting there is no option for retrieving the sheet. We cannot undo this action, so that will be deleted permanently. And right click, again come to the move and copy, and this time if you want to move this data types or any particular worksheet to a open workbook. Workbook mean a separate file which is open already. If the file is not open, then you cannot transfer. Just click over here, the list of all open workbook will appear, then we have to select. So the file in which we are working is data type. The next which is open is sample superstone. Select that one and select the sheet from we want to appear. You can create a copy by selecting this option. If you disable this option, that this particular spreadsheet will be moved to the worksheet we have selected here. And right now I'm going to create a copy, so I'm selecting this option and click OK, and that will be moved over here, the flash fill file. So we can delete from here because I do not want, and we can close by pressing Ctrl W, that is a shortcut key, and you have to select save option, and here also we can save and then press Ctrl W. These all options are also available in the tab as well. Come to the home tab, come to the insert for inserting a new sheet. The same option will appear, so you can delete by using this option. Select delete, and we can have more options here like rename sheet, move and copy, and tab color. That is also a very good option. Let's say we have different type of sheets and we want to bifurcate by using the color, so I can use color from here and the above option. From here format and come to the tab color, and we can select a particular color like this. Or also we can hide a particular worksheet. Just right click and click on hide. If you want to unhide, then right click and unhide. We will get the list of hidden sheets. We have to select and then press OK. All these are options are also available over here. Hide and unhide the sheet. Once you hide any sheet, then only the unhide sheet option will be appear. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to discuss about the find feature. That is a very good option. The find feature in Excel help you to quickly locate specific data in your spreadsheet. You can use it to search text, number, or even special characters. So to use find, simply press Ctrl F, which is the shortcut key, or from the home tab menu, come to the last find and replace and click on this find option. So that find and replace option will appear. Here we have two options, find and replace, and first we will discuss about the find. So you need to just type your keyword for which you want to search. Let's say in this case I want to search any name like Emily and press enter. That cell will be selected automatically. If you find next, just press enter, so you will find another cell or another cell. So these are the options. It's very easy. You can simply enter any date and particular number. Let's say I want to select this number, so wherever it is the cell will be selected. You can click once again or press enter to search another cell, but if it will be not available, then it will be here only. And we have some advanced options for searching. Just click on this option button. So here let me explain all the options one by one. The first one is the search criteria within. It means just click over here. We have sheet or the workbook where we want to search within this sheet, the selected sheet only, or in the complete, the entire workbook will be searched for that particular keyword or number or the text whichever we have entered over here. Okay, So this is the first thing. And then we have search by. How we want to search, by row or the column. Means, for example, I have entered this number. First row will be searched like this, then it will move to the next row. We can also search by column if we want. Where we want to look this value, in the formula, value, or the comment. We will discuss about the comment as well. But if you have already completed our MS Word course, we already discussed about the comment, but here we have a little different option for searching. So we can select comment, but in the Excel we have a different option for commenting. So you can select formula, value, or comment. And also we can select the match case, whether it's in the capital letters, small letter, proper letters. So by default, if it is disabled, then it will not search by the case. And whether you want the entire cell content. Let's take one example. I have entered 242.48. If I remove this and if I search, so wherever our system will search 24, whether it's complete or the entire cell or partially, it will display. But if I select this option, match entire cell content, then if I have 24 in any cell, it will search. Yes, we have the entire cell. We can also set the formatting. Select this option and select the color, font, border, or any type of formatting we can select. So that is very advanced option. Now I'm going to explain about the replace. I'm going to disable this option. I'm going to disable this option as well. And now we are moving to the replace option. So here we have two options, find what and replace with. So we can find any particular keyword and then we can replace it by a particular number, word, or anything. Let's say I have corporate over here. I'm just going to copy and I'm going to paste over here. I want to change it to the LLC. Now click on replace. It got replaced. Replace, replace, replace. If I select replace all will be replaced in single go. Total 3017 replacement has been done by the Microsoft Excel. See how easy it is. We also have advanced options which we already discussed over here. So if you click over here and you can select and then change, you can do the find and replacement. That is very good option. We will discuss some more options in coming videos. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In this section we are going to start functions or formulas, how to use function and formulas in Excel. As we have learned in our school, we use some symbols to do mathematical calculation. For example, plus for addition, minus for subtraction. In Excel, we also use same symbols such as plus for addition, minus for subtraction, asterisk sign for multiplication, division, percentage, exponential. Then for comparison, we use equal to, less than equals to, or so on. We have already do some basic calculations in our earlier videos. Here also I will show you. Let's say I want to do the addition of 2 plus 2. I have written 2 plus 2 in two different cells. Now simply I can do the calculation. This can be done in two ways. First, I will write both the numbers in a particular cell by using equal sign. I already explained, whenever we start any function, inbuilt function or formula or do any calculation, we always start by equal sign in the cell. So we have selected F6 cell. Now we are going to start equal sign and here I can type my number. It is very similar to the calculator. When we enter the number in the calculator, we type 2, then we type plus sign, then we type second number. In this case it is 2 only. we got our answer when we press enter or control enter 4. So this is the one way, but here the problem is whenever I want to change or do the new calculation, every time I have to edit that formula. Press F2 for and then edit the number and press control enter or enter, then we will get the answer. But in order to get the dynamic results, it means what I want, whenever I will change the values in this cell, the calculation will be done automatically and I should get the dynamic results immediately. How can we achieve that? In that case, we can give the reference of the cell. As we know that every cell has a name, which we can see over here. F4, the cell we have selected is F4, this is F5. So we can give the reference or the link in our formula. So here I am going to cut and paste here, and here I am going to enter my calculation by starting equal sign. After that I can use my up arrow key to move that cell. We can see in the blue color F4 has been written. Now type plus sign and give the reference of F5 as well, and now press control enter. We got the same results, but this time we have given the reference, means the link of that particular cell. So whenever I change the value of any cell, we will get the dynamic result in this cell. I'm going to change the value like 6. Here if I change the value, the answer will be changed in the next cell as well. So this is the beauty and the benefit of using the Excel. We will get the desired result in dynamic way. So this is the basic calculation we have done. In the next video, we will learn how to use our function in multiple calculations. Hello everyone, welcome to the new video. In this section or video, we will learn how to copy or paste the formula used in single calculation. Let's take the example. We have quantity and the rate over here. So we would like to calculate the total amount. In order to get this value, as we know that we have to multiply quantity and rate, and we have value in different cell, and in the last cell we want to calculate the total of the amount as well. This must be dynamic, means whenever we change any value in the quantity and rate over here, that should be changed here as well. So as you know that we discussed, so here also I will start by equal sign, then go to J5, the first quantity, then we will use asterisk sign to do the multiplication, then we can click on K5 and now press control enter. We got our result. And as we already discussed about the autofill option in earlier section, where we just entered a series where we drag that value of the two cells. As we discussed the use of autofill option in Excel, where we used to drag or stretch the series of number or Sunday, Monday, the data will be filled automatically. Here also we can do the same. So we have created our first function in the first cell. Now just come to that point, our cursor will change to plus sign, and we can just double click or stretch to the last cell. The function and the links will be changed automatically. If I go to the next cell, let's say here, if I press F2, I can see the link J6. The reference of the cell has been changed automatically. Similarly, the reference of the rate has been also changed. So this is a beauty of Excel. We use a function in first cell and then we drag the function to the last cell and we got our value. We have some another ways to do that. Just I'm removing after selection, select the cell and then double click. This is the easiest way actually, and press delete. Now just copy and paste over here. And at the last I have used inbuilt function called sum, which is used to do the addition of a range of cells. So this time I'm gonna use over here So what should I do? I will start from equal sign, then I will start typing SUM. As I started typing the function, we can see the suggestion list of all related functions by the name of sum. So we are going to use sum in this case. So we can press tab from the keyboard, and here we have to give the argument. I will explain about these functions and their arguments one by one. So here we can see the number 1, number 2, number 3. So we can give like this: number 1, then comma, number 2, then comma, number 3, or simply we can give the range of particular cell. So we are going to select L4 to L11 and then close the bracket and press Ctrl Enter to get the sum automatically. Now if I change the value, let's say here I change the value, so we can see the amount has been changed and total is also changed automatically. So this is the way we can create a simple calculation. In coming videos we will dive into the complex calculations and we will use multiple functions in a formula. So stay tuned to the next video. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss about cell and range references. In the previous section or video we discussed about the calculation of some numbers in which we have given the references. So this is the advanced version of giving the references. So you must give your full attention because that is very important for doing the calculation. There are 4 types of references we can give. The first one is relative reference. That reference is fully relative. When you copy the function or formula, the cell reference adjusts to the new location. For example, here we have to calculate the subtotal amount. So we started by equal sign. We give the reference of one cell, then rate, then Control Enter, copy and paste. So here this is a complete relative reference. It means the reference will change automatically whenever we copy the function to the new cell. The next, which is very important, the absolute reference. The reference is fully absolute. When you copy the formula, the cell reference does not change. It means whenever we give any reference of the cell, the reference will not change whenever we copy the function or formula in another cell. So let's take the example over here. We have calculated the subtotal. Now we have to calculate the sales tax, and the tax rate has been given in the L3 cell. So if I use relative reference, so what should I do? I give the subtotal amount, multiply it by the percentage and press Ctrl plus Enter. And if I copy and paste, I am using the relative reference. So you can see in the first cell I am getting the correct amount, but in the second result I am not getting the desired result because the reference of the L3 has been changed to the L4. But we have to fix this. So for that we will use absolute reference. We will start our formula using equal sign, give the reference of subtotal, then asterisk sign for multiplication, then come to the L3, and this time we are going to use F4. You have to note down this. For make absolute reference or lock the reference, we always use F4. Press F4 and you can see $2 sign has been assigned to this value before the L and before the 3. So it means that cell reference has been locked. So whenever we copy that function to another cell, the reference of the M6 will be changed because that is relative reference. But L3, which is related to the cell text, will not change. I am going to press Ctrl plus Enter, then copy and paste. And if I press F2, you can see there is no change in the L3. It is locked. And now we can use the relative reference to do the total amount. So that's very easy. Now we are moving to our third, which is row absolute, and this is the example. So I am going to teach this using the example. Here I have month wise sales of city, and here are the incentive which we have to give to the related salesperson. So here if I use relative or the locked function, if I use this as a lock, means the absolute function, and now I give the reference of city 1, and if I copy and paste over here, the calculation is perfect. But whenever I copy this here, so you can see the reference of the city has been changed, but the rate of incentive which was in the L12 is fixed. But we do not want like this. We have to move to the next column. So for next column, if we want, so we have to remove lock from here. I'm going to remove all the formulas. I will start from scratch. So I'm going over here, I'm pressing F4, and I'm removing my $sign from the L and press Ctrl Enter. Now copy and paste to the downside. Now asterisk sign for multiplication. Select the cell reference for sales of city 1, which is L14, and now press Ctrl Enter, and we can change this by using this. And now copy and paste. Let's see what we are getting. So we are getting perfect result. And if I copy this to remaining all, let's see whether we are getting the perfect result or not. Yes, we are getting perfect result. So what we did, we put the lock in the row. So that means it becomes the row absolute. So the rows are not changing, but columns are changing. Now we are coming to our next example, which is column absolute. So it is the just opposite of the row absolute. In the column absolute, we have to calculate the amount from here. Let's see, I want to calculate the multiplication of amount and the number 1. So in this case, if I press and copy paste, I'm getting the perfect information which I want. But now amount must be same, and here I want to apply the number 2 column, which is 7. So if I copy and paste, it is relative reference. That is why everything has been changed. But if I use column absolute, it means here if I lock this one by pressing F4 and I am removing $sign from here, this time the column would be fixed but row will not be fixed. I am pressing, I have to give the reference of multiplication to Q12, press Ctrl Enter. Now if I copy paste, I am getting all the results as per my desire. So this is how you can use row absolute, column absolute and the absolute. That is very important. You have to do the practice and your concept must be clear about this references. Otherwise you will not get the desired result. If you have any query related to that, just let me know. I will try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. And you can do the practice by download this formula file and sheet number cell reference. That is very important actually. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss about the error in formulas in Microsoft Excel. Whenever we use any function or formula, it may possible we will get the error. So these are the all errors available or you may face when we give the wrong reference, or there are so many reasons which I am explaining in this video. The first one is diff 0. Whenever we divide any value with the 0, we will get that answer. As we know that we will get the indefinite answer whenever any amount divided by 0. So we get that error. So whenever you face this error, it means there is some mistake and you have done wrong calculation. The next one is the formula uses a name that Excel doesn't recognize. We will discuss how we can assign a custom name to a particular cell or the range of the cell. For an example, I have written 1000 over here and the cell name is L5, which is written over here. We can assign a custom name. Let's say in this case I am going to assign amount, and now I am going to divide this by 20. So that is very easy. So we can refer AMT, we can see over here. So it will take the amount, but instead of AMT I have by mistake I written ANT and divided by 20. If I press Ctrl Enter, so I will get the name error. So this is the second error, and this one is whenever the formula refer directly or indirectly to a cell that uses the not applicable function to signal unavailable data that require lot of data, which I will explain in coming videos whenever we face such problem. The next one is null. The formula uses an intersection of two ranges that don't intersect. That I will also explain in coming sections whenever we face such problem. The next one is num. A problem occurs with a value. That one also will be explained later on. And this is the formula refer in invalid cell. Yes, this one we can explain over here. Let's say I have one value over here and second value over here, and I need to do some calculation like this, and we got our result. But by mistake or intentionally, if I delete any reference cell, so we will get this type of error. That time the ref error is coming. It means the reference to the cell is invalid. The next one is the formula include an argument or operand of the wrong type. Let's say I have one value over here and I have written a wrong. Instead of 0 I typed O, and if I divide with this type I will get the value. So we cannot divide a number value with the text value. We always need a numeric value to do the calculation. So these are the error types you may face in the Excel. So that is also very important for learning if you want to use Excel properly. Hello and welcome once again. In this video we will discuss about the circular references. That circular references occurs when a formula refers to its own value either directly or indirectly. So what is it? First of all, we have to understand what is the circular references. Let's say we have some values and we calculated the sum of these. So the shortcut key for calculating the sum is Alt equal and then press Ctrl Enter. And here I have to divide. I am just calculating one more value that depend on the sum of this, and it is divided by the 5. Now this calculation depends on these values. These are the main values. Then we did the sum and we calculated that amount. But if I remove some value from here and if I give the reference of this value, that can be any type. It may be multiplication, addition or any. So that creates a circular reference error. Let's say I am going to multiply it by 1. If I press enter right now, so I will get the error, because actually we cannot do the calculation because this cell value depends on this value and the value of this cell is depend on this data, and we did the calculation that depends on this calculation. So that is actually wrong. So that is why we are getting error. If I press OK, so we will get this error and circular reference. So we have to rectify this to get the correct result. So I am going to remove, and if I press OK and save, then I will get the proper result and I will not get any error. You have to take care always whenever you get this type of error, you have to check it carefully. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss about the value paste. We discussed in previous videos that we can copy paste the value of particular cell. If we have any formula in it, that will be copied to the next cell or wherever we are going to paste. But sometimes we have to paste the values, not the function or the formula we have used. Let's say here we calculated the subtotal, in which if I press F2, here we can see we have given the reference of C and D different cells, and here we are doing some calculation. Now I want to paste these values somewhere else, maybe in this sheet or some other sheet or other workbook, but as a value, not the formula. For this we can use the value paste option from the paste special option, which is available in Home tab. So first of all we have to select a cell where we are going to paste, and now come to the Home tab. Under the Home tab we have clipboard option. In the clipboard we have paste. If I just click over here and use Ctrl V, the function or the formula we have used will be pasted, but we have to use the value only. Just click over here and you can use this option, paste value as value and the source formatting, or we can use value. If we want value, then we can use value and the number formatting, and this is used for the value and the source formatting. And if we click on the special value, we have paste special option. From here simply select the value and click OK. And if you select this cell, we can see there is no reference. These all will be treated as separate values in the cells where we pasted these values. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In this section we are going to start named range. The named range in Excel are a powerful feature that allows you to assign a name to a specific cell or range of cells. This can simplify the process of referencing those cells in the formulas and enhance the readability of your spreadsheet. Let's take the example. We can define the name of any cell, cell range, shape, chart, and so on. In day-to-day life, everybody has a name. In the similar way, we can define the name of any cell ranges in the Excel for their identification. Excel provided the identification of any cell and the cell ranges. For example, the cell I have selected having the name F3, which we can see over here. If you hover the mouse, we can see the name box, and here the name is F3. But we can also define any name as per our choice. Let's take one example for better understanding. We have region-wise sales over here and the commission rate over here. The sale address or the name is C17. Now I can define the custom name which explain its purpose for better understanding. Then I can use the reference of that name in any function or formula in this worksheet. Not only worksheet, that can be used in complete workbook. The scope of uses can be defined in the name manager, which you can find in formula tab. Come on the define name option. Here we have name manager. First of all, we have to define. That's very easy. For easy understanding, first we will take a very basic simple example. So we will define the name of this commission. Select that cell and come and click over here and type any name. For example, commission rate. Commission rate. It should start from a number or text, and there should not be any space. Once you click enter, that is defined. Now come to formulas tab and click on name manager. We can see the name manager over here, and this is referred to concept, means the sheet name and the cell name. Then we have to close this one. Now come anywhere, not only this place, you can go downside, upside, anywhere in the Excel, and you can type any. Now traditionally how we calculate the commission, equal sign, we select the reference cell, then multiply it, and we select this, and we can see now C70 is not coming, their name is coming. COM rate which we defined over here. When we press enter and if I copy and paste, we will get our desired results. There is no need to define any constant. There is no need to define $sign which we discussed previously. Now we will see one more example. We can type directly the name. Now we are going to define the name of the range. This is the total sales. So I need to identify the commission on all sales. So what we can do, we just select the range of the sales, then come over here, then we can define the sales data, press enter. This can be anything, and now I can use function over here. So this time I'm gonna start typing the name sales data. We can see the icon before the sales data. If it is not coming, that means there is a problem defining in the name. Press tab and multiplication, and instead of giving the reference, we can start typing the name we have defined for our commission rate. COM rate is coming, just press tab. Now control enter or just enter. Now we have to calculate the commission. So first of all we have to calculate the sum, then we will apply the commission on it. So for this, first of all we will use sum, and now we will type the sales data. We can see the icon before the sale data, and it is coming in the suggestion function formula or the ranges. So press tab to accept this and close the bracket, then multiply COM rate. We can start typing directly instead of giving the references by clicking on the cell. Then we have to press Ctrl enter to accept it, and we can see 7,500 commission is coming. If I do the sum of this commission, it must be the same. So this is how we can use named ranges in the Excel. We will discuss more about in details in coming videos, so stay tuned. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In the last video we discussed about defining the name. In this video we will define the name using the name manager. Come to the formula tab, define name, and click on name manager. Click on new button, give the name. This time I'm gonna define the name of sales of North region over here. So I'm giving the name North sales. Here we can define the scope. By default it would be the workbook, so that we can use this name in complete workbook. Click on this option. We will get the list of all sheets available in this workbook. We can define the scope. So I'm gonna selecting workbook. We can give some any comment for the references, and select this icon to give the reference or sale name. So we can see concept means I selected the commission calculated, so I have to select C15 in this case. And we can see the concept means the worksheet name is coming and the cell references is C14. Press enter and click OK to define. And we can edit it by clicking over here after selection of any name defined in the name manager, and we can delete by using this option. After closing, now I'm going to insert a new sheet, and here I would like to calculate the commission. So there is no need to remember the cell reference as C14 in the concept spreadsheet. You just type the name North sales. So here I'm typing the text North sales, and then if I type equal North sales, so we can see over here in the suggestion function bar we have a different icon that refers to the name range. Press tab, and now we need to calculate the commission, so we can use the commission if we have defined the scope of commission rate in the defined name is the workbook. Press tab to accept. Let's see what we are getting. Press enter. We got our commission over here. If we simply want to know the amount of sales, so we can simply type North sales and press enter. The amount will come over here. So that is a very good option. You must use it in the large workbooks. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will learn how we can use the cell value of one worksheet in another worksheet. We define the name in this worksheet called name manager. Here we define some name like north sales, then the range and the commission rate. I want to use these values in another workbook. First of all, I have to create a new workbook. So I will press Ctrl N for the new workbook, and then I will adjust like this. I will increase some size. Let's say I want to retrieve the north sales. So you have to type equal sign, then use single comma sign, and then type the name of the sheet. In this case it is name manager dot xlsx, and then again this comma, exclamation sign, and then type the name north sales and press enter. We got 45,000. This is the one way. If you remember the name of the file and the name of the name defined in that particular workbook, there is no need to define any worksheet name, spreadsheet name, or the cell references like C14 or C15. So you have to remember only two things: the name of the workbook you are going to use and the name defined in the name range. That's totally very easy. The second easiest way is to just press equal sign, and you have to open that workbook, go to that particular cell and select like commission in this case and press enter. So if you select this cell, we can see the name range, the same function which we used over here, that is written over here. And here also there is no complete path of that file, only the name of the worksheet is coming and the name defined in the name manager is coming over here. We can see is 0.05. we have to change its formatting for in percentage. So if you select that one and click over here, so that will become the 5%. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss about the conflict of name in the name manager. For example, we have defined the total sales two times. One is workbook level, second is worksheet level. So whenever, let's take one example. Here I'm in the concept sheet, and here we have to define total sales, and let's say I'm calculating the total sales over here. So this is my total sales, and I would like to define this total sales at worksheet level. So what I will do, I will select this one, I will click on new, and this time I will give total sales, and I will select the scope to concept, that is worksheet level. And here we can see concept C16. Concept C16 has been selected. Click OK and close this one. Now if I go to the sheet 1 and if I start typing total sales, it won't come because the scope of that name is limited to that particular worksheet. Now if I defined a new sales, let's say I will change it over here, and I will change this data to, let's say 30,000 here, 40,000, sorry 45,000, and equals to sum. So that total sales is 1,75,000. Now I'm going to use name manager to define the scope. Before that, I would like to select that cell name manager and click new, and here I will use total sales as well, but this time I'm gonna select workbook, and you can see concept, worksheet and C24. That's fine. And now I'm going to click OK and then close it. Now if I come to here in sheet 1, if I type total sale, this time I will get the total sales. 1,75,000. Let's see what we will get over here in the same worksheet where we have two total sales values. So I would like to type total sales, that is workbook, total sales worksheet level. So here we can use the total sales which is workbook level and the worksheet level. So that's create total confusion and you will get not desired results. For that you can use the convention. To get rid of this problem, we can use the naming convention. So we have two total sales values. One is workbook level, so we can define WB, then total sales, and second is WS, then total sales. We can create name of such combination of characters so we can easily identify. There will not be any confusion. So I'll go to the name manager. I will select concept, this one, add it, and this time I will type WS. And this time I'm going to select this one. I will select this WB label and click OK and closes. So now there will not be any problem. So I can select WB total sales and I can search WS total sales. Hope this trick will help you a lot. If you have any question related to the naming convention or the named range function, I love to help you out. Thank you for watching my video. Please come back again. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video, we will learn some advanced trick using the named range function. Here I have sales data month-wise, east, west, north, south, and these are the months. So here we will define the range of sales for each month for whole year. And this time I'm gonna use keyboard, not the mouse. So I will use sequence, alt sequence shortcuts. So first of all, I will press shift control down arrow key, then press alt, press M for formula tab, then again M for defining the name and D for final define the name. And the name is coming, scope is coming, and we can see the range. So now I'm going to save it by pressing enter only. I'm going to west, shift control down arrow key, alt MMD, enter. North, alt MMD, enter. Alt shift control down arrow key, alt MMD, enter. See how quickly it is. Now I'm going to define the range of sales for month of January. So I'm selecting shift down right arrow key, alt MMD, enter. Shift control right arrow key, alt MMD, enter. Now we have defined the all ranges. Come to name manager and we can see April to August, all data has been saved. Now I'm closing this one, and now we can retrieve any data based on the region and the month. For example, I would like to know the sales of June month for the north region. For this we would like to start the function using equal sign and type July or June, whatever the month you want to use. So in this case it is June, and give some space and then type north and press tab and press enter. So we got the sales. Press F2. We can see 799.31 is coming as intersection of this data of this range. That is very useful for MIS report. If you would like to, you can use this advanced trick in your professional work. Thank you for watching. If you have any query related to that, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video, we will discuss how to determine whether a sale contains text or not. For achieving this, we will use inbuilt two functions. The first one is text, second is type. When we use any function, we have to provide the argument. Argument is nothing but to provide the values to calculating or doing the calculation of that particular function. So in case I have to provide a value we can type directly into the function, or we can give the reference of particular cell that we have already discussed. So is text, return the value true if the value is text, otherwise false, and the type, return 1 if the cell value is text, otherwise 2. So we have written 3 data types. These 2 are text types that we know. This is the number and this is date. Let's see how we can use this function for achieving determining the cell values. Then I will show you the practical way how we can use these functions in our real world situation. So I'm gonna use equal sign is text. You just start typing, you will see the list of suggestions function, inbuilt functions. Press tab to accept this. Now we can provide the value, we can type directly within that bracket, or we can provide the reference of the cell. So this time I'm gonna select this one, I'm closing the bracket and press enter. We got the true value. As we know that this is the text only, if I press Ctrl D, it will copy the same value from the topmost cell of the selected cell. So here it is a relative reference, that is why we are getting our results. Again I'm going to copy and then I'm going to paste over here. So this time we are getting false, as we know that this is the number and this is the date, and this is true and false. So now I'm going to use type function by equal sign, then press type, then give the value, Ctrl D, copy and paste. So these are text, that is why I'm getting 2, otherwise 1. Now we are taking real world scenario. I have sample order file of Superstore. Here I have profit. Now I want to determine, I have 10,000 of rows. I want to determine the cell values, whether these are the text or not, because we are doing calculations in the profit, but if some values in particular cells are in text format, we will not the correct result. That is why first we have to do the check. So for this I will use is text, and then I will give the reference of this. I'm closing the bracket and Ctrl D, and I'm moving to the next cell by pressing tab, and here I'm going to start equal sign, then type, press tab, come over here and give the reference and press Ctrl D without closing the bracket. Excel will automatically close the bracket. And now I am going to select these 2 cells values. Coming over here, press Ctrl down arrow key to come to the end of this table. Now move your selection to the right hand side cell by using right arrow key. Now press shift right arrow key, then again shift Ctrl up arrow key, and now Ctrl V to paste the formula in all the selected cells. Now click inside the table. Now come to the data tab, click on filter, click over here. Here we have 2 values, false and true. So we have to disable this and click OK, and we got the results. These values are text, remaining all are in number format. So this is how we can achieve this. And here also we are getting 2 values. I'm going to remove this filter by using my sequence keys. So this time I'm going to use Alt A T. Again I'm going to press Alt A T, which you have to remember for applying the filter. Now I'm moving over here, Alt down arrow key, and by using the arrow keys from the keyboard I can up and down, press spacebar to deselect all. As we know that the 2 is representing the values are in text format. I'm selecting this one, press enter. This time I'm gonna use my keyboard only. I have not touched my mouse. You have to do the practice using your keyboard only. So these all are values, and this is how we can use our 2 functions to determining the cell values, whether these are the text or not. If you have any query related to that, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone, Welcome once again. In today's video we will determining whether two strings means the text are identical or not. Means we have some data in two different cells and we need to compare both are same or not, and we are comparing the strings means the text values. Here we can achieve this by using two methods. First one, without any function, we will just compare the two cells by using the equal sign, and then the second method we can use inbuilt exact method, in which we have to provide the references of the cells, or we can just type. So what is the difference between these two methods? In the first one, when we use the equal sign, it will return true if the cell value are same, otherwise false. But here the uppercase or the lowercase will be ignored. In the second, we will get the true if the cell values are same, otherwise we will get the false. But here uppercase and the lowercase will not be ignored. So let's take the example. Here we have some text in different cells. So I'm gonna use equal sign. I'm giving the reference of this cell, then equal sign and giving the reference of the second cell, and now press enter. So we are getting true because the text are same, but in this method we cannot compare the lower or the uppercase. So if I copy or paste over here, then we will get the same results. But if we will use the exact function equal EXACT, so here I did typing mistake, so you have to rectify that, and then I have to provide the two argument, text 1 or 2. We can type in inverted commas or we can give the reference of the cell. This is the best way actually. So I'm giving the reference, then comma, and I'm entering over here, and then enter, Control D. So in this case we can see the text are same, but this value in lower and this value in uppercase. So here we are getting false, but here we are getting true. Now let's take the real life example. For example, we are working in accounts department and we already entered some customers data, some master data in our database. So my task is to compare from the sources provided by our customers. That is very important because it's related to the bank. So here I have data, customer code, customer name, and it is a bank name. So what is the important for international or domestic remittance is the IBAN number in case of we are in Europe, and the bank account number. The name of the bank is also important, but the name of the customer is ignored. Only two data will be enough for doing the bank remittance. For this we will use first method by using equal sign, then we will use the exact inbuilt function. So here we need to compare data source ERP. We have downloaded the data, master data, and that is IBAN number, and this is the bank account number, and this is entered by some executive, IBAN and the bank. Now we need to compare. So here I'm typing equal sign and here exact. So let's compare. I'm typing equal and then I'm comparing my IBAN number first, then equal IBAN, press Control Enter. So I'm getting false. It means both are not matching. Now I'm pressing tab and this time I'm gonna use exact. I'm giving reference of the IBAN, then comma and the second cell, and I'm pressing Control Enter. Now I'm going to select by pressing Control right arrow key, and this time the list is not so big, so I can just double click on it. The functions will be applied. So let's compare one by one. Here both IBANs are not similar, so we can see, and what is the difference we can find out. We can see here is 7000 and here it's 9000. So we can compare both the values like this, and these all are true, but here these are not matching. So let's see, it's true. If I press F2, I can see the link, first link, and this is the second link, means the argument, And here if you see, all things are similar, but some text here are in lowercase. That is why it is showing true over here, but here is the false. You must be aware that the IBAN must be in the uppercase. So we need to rectify over here. Let's see, I'm gonna change it. A, B and A, caps A, B and A. I'm pressing Control Enter, yet it becomes true now. And here both values are false, and here also both values are false. So this is the best way to do the comparison of two values using the equal or the exact. And I already explained what are the difference, and now it is your choice which one you are gonna use in your real life office or professional work. Thank you for watching. If you have any query, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video, we will discuss how we can join two or more cell values which are actually text values in Microsoft Excel. We have two methods for this. First is using the ampersand, and the second is using the inbuilt function called concat. We have some old or the legacy inbuilt function called concat-net, which is less efficient than concat-net. Concat is a latest and a more efficient function. So first of all, we have to understand how we can use it. Let's say we have this text in one cell and this is the another cell. Now our task is to join both the values. So here we can use ampersand. As you know that all functions or formulas start with equal sign. Then we will give the reference of first text, and then we will use ampersand, and then we will give the reference of the second cell. Now press Ctrl plus Enter. The text has been joined, but we cannot see any space in between. So for solving this problem, we will use quotation mark. So use quotation mark and give the space. Again quotation mark, and then use ampersand once again and press Ctrl Enter. So this is the first method. Now we will use the concat-net. Press tab, and here the argument is text 1, text 2 or text 3, or we can give the range of cell values. So there is no need to give the reference one by one for each cells. We can give the reference of all cells or the cell ranges in one go. So first we will do by using reference of each cell separately. So I'm giving reference of this one, then comma, but this time also we want to use space between these two texts. So I will use quotation mark, give space, then quotation mark, then comma, and this time I'm gonna give the reference of this cell and press Ctrl Enter. We got our answer. Now the real life problem, we have to provide the maximum value from these values, and we have to write down like this: the maximum value is, and after that the value should come over here, and it should be dynamic. Means whenever we change any value in this list, that should be updated here as well. So for this, what should we do? First of all, we should know how we can calculate the maximum. For this we can use the maximum function. So let me show you. Max function, tab, and give the range, and then close the bracket. So this is the number, the maximum number in this range, it is 10,000. Now we will use this function over here. So I'm going to start, I'm just copying all this data, and now here I'm going to use, and you must know that whenever we enter any text or string value in any function, we have to use quotation mark always. So I'm going to start quotation mark because this value will be fixed, and I'm going to give the space after the is as well here. Then I'm closing this sentence by quotation mark. Sorry, I forgot to input my function, that is concat. Okay, that is fine. The first value I have entered. Now comma, and now I will use my function max. So now I'm using two functions in one formula. So I'm using max and I'm giving the value over here. I'm closing the bracket and I'm closing the bracket for concatenate as well. Press enter. Let's see what we get. The maximum value is 10,000. So we can remove these values from here, and if I change, let's say I will enter this one, so that has been changed automatically. Now we are taking second real life practical example. So I have some full names over here. My task is to join in one cell. So for this we can use the concatenate function. So let's say I'm going to use over here, so concat, and I'm giving the range of these cells. I'm closing the bracket, press enter. We got the names, but the problem is there is no space or comma after the each name. So what is the solution for that? For this we will create one helper column using the ampersand. So I'm using equal sign and I'm giving the reference of this name and I'm putting ampersand, and now I'm using quotation mark, then comma, space, closing the quotation mark, and enter. I'm using this function. I'm going to paste over here, and now this is the main range which we have to use. So I'm going to change the range here, control enter, and we got our list, and after each name we have comma and then space. So this is what we got, and this is how you can use these functions in your real life practical examples. If you have any query related to that, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you, friends. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss how to remove excess space and non-printing characters in Microsoft Excel. For this we can use two inbuilt functions called trim, in which we have to provide the single argument only, which is the text. We can copy paste the unformatted text, or we can give the reference of any cell. Similarly, in the clean we can copy paste the unformatted data, or we can give the reference. We have to use for cleaning the trailing space and non-printing characters by using both functions in a cell. So let me tell you how we can do that, but before that we need some data. I could not found any non-printable characters from the internet or from sources, but let me explain what are these. Sometimes we import the data from some old ERP systems, some DOS-based systems where we have tabs, unwanted extra space. So let me open the MS Word file. Let's say we have this sentence and we have imported this from ERP system which has multiple tabs and enter, and then we have some extra spaces like this. So our task is to remove these in one go using the trim and clean functions in the Microsoft Excel. First of all we have to copy this, then I'll going to minimize this. I'm selecting this cell, so I'm going to use the formula bar to paste. Control V, press enter, and this is the data, and here we have to use trim function first, then we have to use clean inside it, and then give the reference, then close and close. If I press control enter, we will get our result. This cell is used wrap text. If I remove, so we will get our answer in desired format. So these are the only two functions which used to remove all leading and trailing spaces, and it replaces internal strings of multiple spaces by a single space. Clean is used to remove all non-printing characters from a string. These garbage characters often appear when we import certain types of data. So you can use these. This is a very good function for cleaning up your data. So if you have any query related to that, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video, we will discuss how to count characters in a string. For this we can use len function, in which we have to give only single argument, in which we can enter the string directly inside the bracket, or we can give the reference. The len function is used to count all the characters in the string including unwanted space. Make sure it will count the unwanted space as well. Here I have example of IBAN. I have a list of IBANs and my task is to calculate the length or the total characters in this IBAN including the space and without the space. Right now all the IBAN having the proper space, but I will include some more space over here. In few IBAN I will inserted some extra unwanted space. So let us try, and we will use some other functions with the len function to count the total length or the characters of these IBANs. So first of all I will use len function here with space, and you should make sure. So I will use len function to count, in which the unwanted space will be considered. So I'm giving the reference of this cell, closing the bracket, control enter. So we can see the 31 characters. So let's count. If I remove any unwanted space, yes, it is counting. So now I have total 30 characters. I'm going to copy and I'm going to paste over here. Now my second task, without unwanted space, means some extra space must be removed. For this we will use trim function, which we discussed in the last video. For this we will use len function, and inside it we will use trim function, and then we will give the reference. Then I'm going to closing the bracket for trim function, then closing the bracket for len function, control plus enter. So we got the 27 characters. So we have removed all unwanted space. Now my third task is to calculate the total characters without any space, means we do not want any space. So for this we will use substitute function with len. So first of all I will use len function, len, and inside that we will use substitute function, which we will discuss in details in later video. So in the substitute we can give the reference of a particular text. So I'm giving the reference, and the next argument is the old text which we want to search first. So we want to search the space. So I'm giving space in quotation mark, then closing the bracket, then comma, then the new text would be 2 quotation mark only without any space, and the fourth argument is optional. So I'm going to close the bracket for substitute, then for the len, and pressing control enter, and I'm going to copy this, and now we can see the difference. So here I'm getting the length with space including unwanted space, some extra space. Here without unwanted space means one space is considered valid, and here without any space only the characters will be included. So here I use substitute function. So this is the real practical example which you can use in your real life. Thank you for watching. If you have any query related to that, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's number we will discuss about the repeat function, and here I will take the real life practical example for printing the values. Normally if you have seen in the check printing, we have some space for providing the numeric number, but the number is printed with some asterisk signs. You can see over here. So we can use repeat function to achieve this task. So whatever the amount is, that is completely dynamic. Whenever we change any amount over here, this will be changed. So we can padding a number to the left or to the right hand side as per our choice. So as already told you, for this we will use the repeat function. So first of all, we need to understand what is the repeat function. So repeat function is used to repeat a particular character or characters any number of times. It has two arguments. So let me explain by using it. So I'm using rept and then press tab, and here we have text which we are going to repeat. That can be a character or number of character, any word, any sentence, or any kind of string. We can type directly here or we can give the reference. So right now I'm taking the asterisk sign over here, and you please note that when we provide any string in the argument or any function, that string must be in the quotation mark. So I'm providing asterisk sign, closing it, then comma. The second argument is number of times, how many times we want to repeat it. Let's say 10 times. So I'm closing it and pressing enter. So asterisk sign has been repeated 10 times. So this is the basically use. Now we are going to use this function. This is used to repeat the asterisk sign left hand side of the amount. So I'm going to close these all, and now equal sign. So first of all, we have to give the reference, or we can use the concatenate function which we already discussed, or we can use the ampersand for combining the two strings. This time I'm going to use ampersand. So I'm giving the reference of this cell so that the number comes automatically, and I'm going to use repeat function in it. So I'm going to repeat asterisk. Now I have to provide the second argument, number of times. That must be dynamic because we cannot increase the number of characters in the provided space on the check or any document. So here first of all we need to count the length of the numbers of this cell, and we need to define the maximum range of the document or the check. So let's take example, it is 24. So 24 is the maximum length. So I'm starting a new bracket. So 24 minus, what would be the length? The length of this cell. So I'm going to close this one. So the len function is closed now. I'm closing this bracket. Now we have to close the repeat function. Now let's see what we get. Press enter. Sorry, I inserted 8 instead of asterisk sign, so I need to remove this to asterisk. Now control plus enter or enter. So we got our results. Now I'm going to use padding to the left hand side. For this we need to use repeat. So we will use all the arguments same as we used above, starting 24 minus len, giving the reference of this cell and closing the bracket for repeat function, and I'm going to use asterisk sign and then giving the reference of this and closing the bracket finally. And now control plus enter. Something is missing. So system can automatically add or remove closing bracket if we have done any wrong. So this is how we can use. Let me try the concatenate function as well. Now we are going to use concat, and here first of all I need this one, then comma, and then I will paste the repeat. Now I'm closing the bracket, enter. So we got our answer. So we can use both concatenate to combine the numbers in this cell and the repeat function. So it's totally depend on you how you can use. So if you have any query related to that, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video, we will discuss how we can use changing the case of a text. Let's take the example. I have my company's name Vtutorial in capital format. I want to convert in the proper format. Proper format means the first letter in each word is capitalized. Then I have Vtutorial in lowercase, for which I want to convert in uppercase. and we have uppercase which I want to convert in the lowercase. For this I will use two inbuilt functions. The first one is proper, upper and the lower. So let's start. Equal sign, proper, press tab, give the reference, close the bracket, press enter. Equal sign, uppercase, tab, give the reference, closing the bracket, press enter. Equal sign, lower, tab, give the reference, closing the bracket, press enter. Very simple. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss how we can extract the particular characters from the string. We have three inbuilt functions for extracting the characters from a string. The first one is left, which has two arguments, text and the number of characters which we want to extract. Then right, this also has two arguments, character and the number of characters. It will return a specific number of characters from the end of the string. Then mid, here we have three arguments, text from which we want to extract the characters, then the starting point and the number of characters which we want to extract. So let me take the example and then we will do our real life practical example for extracting and changing the case of this sentence. So first of all we have to apply the left, right and the mid functions over here. So we are starting from equal sign, then the left, giving the reference of the sentence, and we want to extract four characters from the left hand side, closing the bracket, press enter. So four characters are Veer, which is extracted from here. Then the right, this time I'm gonna extract 8 characters, closing the bracket, press enter. So tutorial is coming. Now I want to extract the 5 characters from the middle. So I have to provide starting point and the number of characters which we want to extract. So in this case I'm using mid, giving the reference, starting point would be the 5 and I want to extract the 4 characters. So going to close this one and press enter. So we got 3 characters, TU, TO and the space as well. So if I increase starting points, so I have TU, TO. These are very useful when you have to design the user IDs. So you can define any particular logic for calculating the user IDs of the users in your organizations. So this is just an example. Now our task is to convert the first 4 characters of this sentence in the uppercase. Right now all sentence is in uppercase, but it may possible later on we may get any sentence in the lower or the proper case, and the remaining all characters of this sentence must be in lower case. So we have to use left, right and lower and upper and the len function, which we have already discussed. So now I am going to start, but here I am going to dividing this function or the formula in 2 parts. First we will convert the first 4 characters in the uppercase. So for this we will use uppercase function and I need to give the reference of the text, but before that we need to provide which text. For this we will use left function and we will provide the text reference from here, and then we will provide the number of characters are 4, and then we are going to close this bracket and press enter. So we forgot to provide the closing bracket for the uppercase. So Microsoft Excel is suggesting, do you want to accept this correction? Yes, we want to accept. So this is also a very good option. Sometimes if you forgot to provide closing bracket of any function, so Excel will provide, but not in all cases. Some cases if Excel algorithm catch that you forgot. So now I'm going to use lowercase function for converting the rest of the sentence in lowercase. So here I'm going to use right function and the text would be this one, and the number of characters, how many number of characters. So first of all we should know total number of characters of this sentence. For this we will use len function, which we have already discussed. I'm going to give the reference of this cell, closing the bracket for len. Now system knows the total number of characters in this sentence, and we have already converted the 4 characters in the uppercase. So if we will minus the 4 characters from here, we will get the total remaining number of characters which we want to convert in the lowercase. So I think the function should work. So I'm going to close my right function first, and then I'm going to close lower function, and I'm going to press enter. Yes, we got our answer. Now we will use the concatenate to combine both the sentence. And now if you change this sentence to another sentence, let me going to change with this one. Are we getting correct or not? Yes, the return. You can see the first 4 characters are converted into the uppercase and remaining all are in the lowercase. So this is just an example. You can explore more and you can just search some more examples in which you can apply these text or string related functions for your own practice. I will also try to give you some practical examples for your own practice. So if you have any query related to these functions, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hey everyone, welcome once again. In today's video, we will learn how to extract the first word of a string. For this, we will use find function, and let me explain what is the find function first. The find function in Excel is used to locate the position of a specific text within another string. It returns the starting position of the text you are searching for as a number. And this is the syntax in which we have 3 arguments. The first is find next, the text you want to find. Next, within text, the text where you want to search. And then optional starting number, the character number where you want to start the search. If it is not provided, the by default value would be 1. Let's take the example. I have one string over here. Now I want to find the position in number of free. So how I am going to use find? So I am typing my function over here, find. Now I am giving find text. So in case it is free, and it must be in the quotation mark, then comma, then within the text provide the reference of this cell, then comma, and then starting number would be 1. Then closing the bracket, press enter. It is 17. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 and the 17. So it is starting from the 1 we have supplied. If we increase the number of places, so first what will be the system use this function? So let's try how this function is working. First, it is finding the free in the text, and we want to find the position from which text. So I have written 1. If I increase that number to 5, so it will increase. So now we are going to use this function with our example left. So I'm going to use left function for extracting the first word. The problem here is we do not know the number of character in the first word. So what is our logic? First of all, we have to identify the position of the space starting from the left hand side. So for this, we will get the total number of character, means the position, and then we will use the left function to extract the text from the particular string, and number of characters we can calculate using the find function. So I'm giving the reference of this cell, then we are using find, and this time we have to find the space first. So I'm giving the space in quotation mark, then comma, and I would like to provide the text reference of this cell, then comma, and it will be 1. I'm going to close find function and closing the left as well. Now pressing enter. So we got the destination. Now let's try to enter something else. So I'm going to copy from here. I'm going to copy and then I'm going to paste, but this time we have to provide. So in this sentence, the first, we can see the first character in this sentence, we have space at the beginning of the sentence. So we have to remove, then press enter, then we will get our correct answer. So this is how you can use the find function for extracting the first word of the string. So you can also apply this in another situation. Just let me know if you find any difficulty. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In this section we are going to start how to manage the dates and time and its related functions in Microsoft Excel. But before going ahead, we need to understand how Excel manipulates the date and time. So in Excel, dates are stored as a serial number to make calculations easier. Each day is given a unique number starting from the January 1, 1900, which is assigned to number 1. For example, January 2, 1900 is given 2, and so on. So this system allows you to add, subtract and compare dates easily. When you start typing a date in the Excel convert it into a serial number but shows it as a date. This makes it simple to do things like calculate the number of days between two dates and sort a list of dates. So let us begin in the Excel and understand the system. So I'm gonna enter the date. We have already discussed how to enter the dates in my earlier videos in this course, but here also we will understand. To display a number in the Excel, we need to separate the date, month using the slash, backslash or dash sign. We have different formats which we are going to explore in this video as well. So I'm going to enter 1st January 1900. So when we start typing, it will be converted into the dates automatically, which we can change from here. Come to the home tab, come to the number section, and here we have option called number format. Just click over here. So in this we will find short date, long date, but if we want more formats of dates, so we have to click on more number formats. From here we have different categories. Select the date, and here we have type. This is the preview section, and here we can select our location and the calendar type. So basically we can select any particular format which suits our requirement. So I'm gonna select this as our location in India, so I'm gonna select this one. So in India, basically first we consider the date, then month, and then year. Now I can see all the dates starting from the 1 to 7th of January 1900. Now I want to convert this into the numbers, so I'm gonna use equal sign. I'm going to select the value of this, pressing enter. I'm going to select this cell and double click on this sign. So here we can see the same value written in this cell. Now I'm going to convert the formatting of these cells by going to the number and selecting the option from here, and I'm going to select general, and I can see number 1 is assigned to the 1st January 1900 and second number 2nd January 1900. So this is how Excel treat the serial number for a particular date and do the calculations in their functions and formulas. I hope the concept of managing the dates in the Excel has been clear. Still, if you have any problem, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer in the query section as soon as possible. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In this section we are going to start how to use date and time functions in the Excel. But before we dive into the functionality, we need to understand the display formats of date and time. Sometimes we want to enter the date format as per our reason, but system doesn't recognize that format. It changes automatically because that depends on the regional settings of our Windows configuration. So I am in the Windows 11 and I would like to show you how you can change the settings of your date and time formats. So you have to open the settings of Windows 11 and then find the regional settings. You have to type region settings, just click on it and it will be open. Time and language, then region and languages. So I will start from the top. The first option to change the display language of our Windows, which we can change from here. Then come down to the regional settings and here we can select our country and region. In my case it's India, and my region format is also set to English India. But if you're working in another country, so you can change from here, let's say United States, so that will be available in the downside. So come down to the United States and you can see the regional settings has been changed automatically. This is the recommended, but you can change as per your requirements. So that totally depends on you which one you're gonna use. So I'm going to use India only, and we can set the date and time based on the regional settings from here. If you want to see what are the settings, so you just click on this arrow button, that option will be expanded and we can see the calendar, date and short date, long date, time formats here. If you want to change, just click on it. We can change the calendar from here. We can set the first day of the week from here. We can set the long and the short date format using these options, and we can change the short time and long time using these options as well. But if you want more settings, just go back and select administrative language settings, and here we have format option. Come over here. From here also we can change the format. First of all, we have to change the regions from here. After selecting, you can come down. Here we can change the short date format. We have some formats. These formats will be available depending the default region you have selected. We can change that long, short or first day. These are all settings which we covered already in this option. But if you want more settings, just click on additional settings. Here we will find advanced settings related to the formats of our Windows system. So let's say we want to change the number settings. So in India, normally we use 2 digits for crores, lakh, then thousands, and then remaining numbers. But if you're working in MNC company, UK, US or some other company in which the million and billions are used for the number formatting, so you can change it from here. We can select millions, and this is a separate format and this is the India format. So you can change it from here. You can change the currency formats from here. You can change the symbol from here, and negative and the positive formats from here. You can manage the time and date using these two tabs. All formats are self-explanatory. Let's say we discuss about the time. So here we have what is the notation means. If we use D, single D, that will be used for display the date only. If we use double D, it will be displayed as day. And if we use triple D or the 4 times D, that will be the day of the week, means the complete name of the day will be used. If we use M, that will be used for month, and Y is used for year only. So these are the self-explanatory, and you can change it from here. Once you are done, just click on apply, then OK. I'm gonna cancel because I don't want to change my settings, and here as well I'm canceling, but you have to select OK if you did any changes. So once you are done, your regional settings will be applied to your system. Now you can open the Excel and you can start entering your date. So I have explained how to enter the date and time in the next coming videos, so you have to follow this video and you can start entering the data in date and time functions. If you have any query, just let me know in the question and answer section. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this video we will discuss about the today function in Excel. The today function in Excel returns the current date. It is a simple yet powerful function that has various application in spreadsheet work. The today function updates automatically whenever a worksheet is recalculated or reopened. The result of today functions is a serial number, but Excel typically display it as a date. We already discussed this in previous section. You can use the today function in calculations involving dates, such as calculating the age, tracking project deadlines, employees' time of balance, invoices due date, subscription renewal notifications. So let us begin with the simplest example, then we will discuss about these 5 examples for better clarification about today function. So simply you can start today and at the end you have to close the bracket. There is no argument for this. Whenever we press enter, we will get the current date of the system, and it is a dynamic function. It means if I open this sheet tomorrow or after 1 week or after 10 days or whenever, this date will be automatically updated by the current date. So let's take the first example. We have date of birth in the column D and we need to calculate the person's age. We can use today's function to update the age automatically whenever we reopen or recalculate the sheet. For this we can use different functions, but I'm gonna use DateDIF. We will discuss this function detailed in coming videos. So here I'm explaining about the today's function only. So I'm starting my function using equal sign, then DateDIF. Right now it is a part of Excel, but it is not included officially in the list of functions. So you have to type DateDIF function starting bracket, then we need to give the reference in which the date has been given, then comma, and the second argument is to give the today's date. So we are gonna give this one, and I want to make it absolute reference. So pressing F4 from the keyboard, comma, I need to type Y to calculate the number of years between these two dates. And I'm gonna close the bracket and press Ctrl Enter from the keyboard and just double click on it. We got the person's age over here. So this is the one way to use today's function. Now we will discuss our second example, tracking projects deadline. Let's say the deadline is 31st of December 2024 and I need to track the number of days from today's date. So it must be dynamic. So again I'm gonna use DateDIF function for this. So DateDIF, and this time I'm gonna give the reference of today's date over here. We can also type the today's function inside this function, so comma, and the next one is we have to give the future date, which we are gonna, the next argument is to give the date. The next we have to provide the project's completion date. So I'm selecting this one, comma, and the next argument is date. We want to The next argument is we have to provide days. So we want days between these two dates only. So if I press enter, we will get the answer, but it is in the date format, which we can convert it from here. So now total 150 days are remaining to 31st of December 2024. So if I open this Excel sheet tomorrow, it will be updated automatically to 29th of July 2024, and the number of days will be calculated accordingly. Now we are going to use employees offline. The next example is employee time of balance. We manage employee vacation balance and need to track how many days of vacation of an employee has left as of today. So what should be the solution? So by saving the time in this video, I have written my formula over here. Here I used if function, which we are gonna learn in coming sections, in coming videos. Here I have used if function, which we are gonna explore in coming videos. In this formula, I use today's function and comparing with B24 cell number, which contain the date for which employee has to take the vacation. Otherwise that vacation will be expired. So I have written the date over here, and here I have my function in which I use today's function, so it will be updated automatically. So if today's date is greater than B25 value, the vacation would expire. Otherwise we have to calculate the days between the value entered in the B24 cell and today's date. So we have used this formula with multiple functions provided by the Excel. That is completely dynamic. It will be updated automatically. Similarly, we can also calculate the invoice due payments and subscription renewal notification. For example, we have some dates over here and the due dates. In the similar way, we can also manage invoice payment due dates, notifications, subscription renewal notifications using the today's function. So this is a very simple and very powerful function. You must use it in your work. If you still have any question related to this function, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In this video, we will discuss about the date function in Excel. The date function in Excel is used to create a date value from individual year, month and the day component. This is especially useful when you need to construct dates dynamically based on the different inputs or calculations. So here is a syntax for the date function where we have to input year, month and the day separately. So we have three arguments. The first example we can take, we have some data in different cells and we have to construct a date. For this we can use this date function. So let's say I have 2nd February 1998. So this is my day, this is my month and this is my year. So I need to construct a date. For this I will use date function. So I will start by typing equal sign and the date, and I will give the reference one by one. So I will give the reference of year from here, comma, month from here and the date. I have to close the bracket and press enter. I got the value in date. That is dynamic. Whenever we change any day, date or month, year, that will be updated automatically. Now let's take my second example, which is calculating the last day of any given month. So our task is to determine the last day of the given month for various financial calculations or report. So what we can do, we can use date functions for it. Now we will start our third example. We have to manage a list of product with manufacturing dates need to be calculated expiry date based on the fixed shelf life. The shelf life is 1 year and 6 months, not the days. So we have to calculate using the 1 year and the month only. So I have manufacturing date over here. So first of all, I need to extract the year from here. We can create a formula in a single cell, but I'm explaining it separately, so to avoid the complexity of the using multiple functions in this calculation. So first of all, I need to extract the year from here. For this I will use year function. So equal sign year, then I need to give the reference of the cell, close the bracket, press tab, then month, give the reference, close the bracket, press tab. I need to extract the day using the day function, give the reference of this, close the bracket, press enter. So we get manufacturing year, manufacturing month and the day. I'm gonna copy and paste in the rest of the manufacturing dates. Now I need to calculate the expiry date using the year and the month only. For this I will use date function. So I'll give the reference of the year, or I can calculate the year over here directly in this formula. As I told you, due to avoid the complexity for using the multiple functions in this formula, I'm using separate cell to calculate the year. So I'm giving the reference, or I can calculate the year here, and now I'm going to plus 1 here for calculating the expiry. So this time it is 2024, the expiry would be the 2025. Now I'm going to give the reference for the month, this cell, and I'm going to add 6 over here, and the day would be same. I'm closing the bracket, press enter, and now copy and paste. So this is the use of different date related functions for real life examples. So this is the use of date functions, and I have given you the 3 real life examples for solving the day-to-day problems. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss about to converting a non-date string to a date. For example, sometimes in our ERP or some other softwares we import some data. So I got the date in this format. Year has been written in the beginning, then we have month, and then we have date. But these are not separated by any character or symbol. So our task is to retrieve the year, date and the day, and then we have to convert this in proper date format. We have already discussed or learned about the text related functions in which we can extract the text from the left, right or the mid range, and in the last video we learned how to convert these values into the dates. So let's begin. We can create a formula using all these functions, but I really want to avoid the complexity for using the multiple functions in a single formula. So I'm using in the separate cells. So first of all, I need to extract the year, for which I will use left function, and I know there are 4 digits from the left hand side are years. So I'm gonna use this one. Press enter or press tab from the keyboard. I got my year, and the mid value is starting from the 5, and there are 2 values only. So I'm gonna use mid. I'm gonna give the reference of the text, then starting number would be 5, and I need to extract 2 numbers only. Closing the bracket, press tab, and then write equal sign, then write, and I know from the right hand side 2 digits are dates. We got our all values. Now I need to use date function. I'll give the reference of this cell for year, this cell's reference for month, and this is for the day. Closing the bracket, control plus enter to get my date. Now I'm going to select copy, selecting the rest area, Control V to paste, and we got our date over here. So this is how you can use multiple functions in simple calculations to do the clearing of the text imported from internet or from other sources in the raw format. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn how to calculate the number of days between 2 days in Excel. Let's take one example, then we will explore some more examples and we will learn in details in this video. So I have start date and the end date January 1st 2024 and 31st of January 2024. I need to calculate the days between these two dates. So it's a very simple, it's just a subtraction. We can use the subtraction, equal sign, end date, the biggest number and the smallest number. Control plus enter or enter, we got the number of days 30. But you must be thinking it should be 31. So let me tell you one thing, we are just subtracting one number from other number. As we have already discussed, each day has a unique number. So we are not doing anything, just subtracting a number from another number. But if we want to calculate the total number of days between two dates, so there could be two situations, inclusive or exclusive counting. Means we want to consider the first day or not. So in this case, we have to add 1 for getting the proper result. What could be the situations in which we want to use inclusive counting? It can be a project duration. When calculating the total duration of a project, that include both the start and the end dates. It can be a event planning. When planning event that span multiple days and the event include both first and the last day. We consider inclusive counting in the age calculation as well. In some cultures or the context, when calculating age in days or years, both the birth date and the current date might be counted. Let's take one example. Vacation days. Suppose an employee takes a vacation starting from the January 1st 2024 and end with the 5th January 2024. So if you want to know the total number of vacation days the employee will take, you would be inclusive counting. And the other cases, we can take the exclusive. At that time, there is no need to use +1 in the calculation. So here I am going to extract and I am adding 1 in all these cases. So you need to think before counting the numbers about your purpose. So the decision is to add 1 when calculating days between two dates depends on the whether you want to include both the start and end dates in your calculation. That is called inclusive counting, or exclude the starting date, exclusive counting. Knowing the context and the purpose of your date calculation will help you determine which approach to use. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In the last video, we discussed how to calculate the days between two dates using a simple subtraction method in which we have not used any inbuilt function. But in this video, we are going to use inbuilt functions for calculating the days between two dates. We have two functions, days and the days 360. Let's learn about days. The days function in Excel calculates the number of days between two dates, and it is a very straightforward and based on the actual calendar days. Here we need to enter two arguments, end date and the start date, and we will get the result. Let's take example. We have 1st January 2024 in the cell and the 31st of December. I want to calculate the number of days between these two dates. It's very simple. Just start by equal sign and days, press tab, give the end date first and then give the reference of the start date. Close the bracket, press enter. We got 365 days. So that's very straightforward and very easy. Now we are going to use days 360, in which we have 3 arguments. But let's learn what is the use of it. Why Excel provided an extra function for calculating the days. The days 360 function calculates the number of days between two dates based on a 360 days year, in which we have 12 months of 30 days each. This method is commonly used in the accounting and financial calculations only. Whenever you have such situation in which you need to calculate the days using the 365 days only, then only you have to use this function, in which the month will be considered for 30 days only. Here we need to enter 3 arguments: start date, end date, and the method. Let's learn using the example. So I'm starting by enter equal sign, then days 360, then press tab from the keyboard, then start date. So here we need to enter start date first, then comma, then the end date and comma, which is optional, not mandatory. So here false or true. False use for US, where start and end dates will approximately to the 30 days month, and we need to use true for the European, where start date and the end date that occurs on the 31st of the day will be equal to 30 days of the month. So first of all, I'm going to use US method. Press tab and then press enter. Sorry, I think we did some mistake. So I'm going to use again 360, then start date and then end date, and the method is false. Going to close, press enter. 360 only, perfect. Now I'm going to use it again with the false. 360 and start date and then end date, and the method is true. Closing the bracket, press enter. So this time I got the 359. So this is the major difference. So you have to understanding the difference between these two functions allow you to choose the appropriate one for a specific use case, ensuring accurate and relevant calculation in your Excel worksheet. So when to use each function? So days we have to use when you need to calculate the actual number of days between two dates, such as in project planning, age calculation, or general date differences. And 365 days use in financial and accounting calculations, whereas standardized 30-day month or 360-day year are needed, such as in loan interest calculation or bond pricing. So these are the two inbuilt functions for calculating the number of days between two dates. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss about how to calculate number of work days between the two dates. For this we will use network days function in Excel, which is used to calculate the number of working days between the two days excluding weekends, and we have to provide holidays, which is optional. So this function is particularly useful for the businesses project planning, where the focus is on actual working days rather than the calendar days. This is the syntax: network days, and we have to provide 3 arguments. 2 are mandatory, start date and holidays are optional. So we have to provide the start date for the calculation, the end date for the calculation, and we can provide holiday list separately, but that is optional. These are the applications where we can use project scheduling, payroll calculation, or invoice due date, etc. It can be more than that. That depends on the work we required. So we are taking the example. We have to calculate the working days in the month of July 24. Here we have first date, last date. Here we are going to calculate our working days. First, we will not provide any holiday list. So let's see whether it will exclude the weekend, that is Saturdays and Sundays as well. So equal sign, net work days, give the reference to start date, then the end date, and close the bracket, press enter. So we got 23 days. So let's check. So we have first day of the July, and here we have last day of the July, that is 31st of July. So let's see. So Monday to Friday working days 5 days, then next Monday to Friday, so total 10 days, and here 15, here 20, and now we have Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, that is the 21st working day, 22nd, and the 23rd. So result is we got as expected. Now we will provide the holiday list which we already created here. So here as you can see, I have entered 1st of August as well as a holiday, but we have 2 days in July as well. So let's see whether so as per calculation, the system should not consider the 1st of August because we have provided the range for the month of July only. It should consider only holidays in the month of July. So let's begin. Equal sign, network days, this is start date, this is end date, and now we are going to provide this holiday list, and closing the bracket, press enter. We got 21 days, so it means it is considered only 10th of July and the 17th of the July as a holiday, not considering the August. But if I increase it to the, let's say, 5th of August, so it is 23 days. So I think that would be the exact number which we were expecting. So you can check it and you can do the practice for project calculation and the payroll calculations and invoice to calculations for your practice. Thank you for watching. If you have any query, just let me know in the query section. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you, friends. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In this video we are going to calculate the work days between the 2 days. In the previous video we already discussed about the net work days. In this video we are going to discuss about the network days.intl, which is the advanced version of network days only. So in the previous one we discussed how we provide the start date and the end date, and we provide the list of holidays which is optional. The Excel will automatically consider the weekends as Saturday, Sunday, but in some countries it may possible they have different weekends. So to avoid that problem, Excel provide one more inbuilt function called networkdays.intl, in which we have to provide 4 arguments: start date, end date, and the weekends. So these are the argument list which we can provide here. 1 for Saturday, Sunday, 2nd for Sunday, Monday, 3 for Monday, Tuesday, and so on. So you can take that number and include that argument here. So system will consider these days as a weekends, and remaining all things are quite similar with the previous example. So that is also very useful for project scheduling, payroll processing, or the invoice overdue payment calculations. So here we are going to start our example. So I'm calculating the networkdays.intl, then press tab. Now provide the first day, then the last day, and this time I'm gonna have the list of all weekends. So let's say I'm selecting Sunday only, pressing tab, comma, and here I'm going to provide the list, closing the bracket, press enter. So I got 25 days, working days between this period. If I have only Sundays as a weekend, so it will not consider the Saturdays. So you can do the calculation here. So you can download this sheet and you can cross verify whether the calculation is okay or not. So if you have any problem or any query related to this question, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video, we will learn how to offsetting a date using Workday function. So the Workday function in Excel is used to calculate a date, that is a specified number of working days. From these working days we can exclude weekends and holidays. So basically it is a opposite function of network days. In the network days we calculated the work days in which we excluded the weekends and the holidays. But here we have number of days and the starting date. We do not have the end date. So we have to calculate the end date and we have to exclude the weekends and the holidays from that list. So this is the syntax we are going to use. Workday, it has 3 arguments: start date for the calculation, the number of working days to add to the start date. It can be positive, a future date, or a negative for past date. And then we can provide the holiday list. That's totally optional. So let's take the example. Our project is going to start on 1st July 24 and we have given 250 work days. Now we need to calculate the date on which the project will complete. So let us see how we can calculate by using our function, that is Workday. But here one thing you need to consider, the weekends are fixed, Saturday and Sunday. So first we will learn about this, then we will discuss the advanced version of Workday, that is workday.intl. First we have to complete this example, equals sign Workday, and then we have to provide the start date and the number of days and holidays if we have. Yes, we have. So I'm gonna consider these list and press enter. So 18th June 25 that project will complete. And now we are going to use the advanced version of this one, which is workday.intl. I'm going to use workday.intl, then the start date and number of days would be same, and here I have the list of weekends. So I have to select a number if we have different weekend. In some regions we have Friday and Saturday, Thursday and Friday, so you have to select an option. So I'm gonna select Sunday only this time, so we can input 11 only, that is the code for this weekend, that is Sunday. So I'm going to press tab, then comma, and here we can define optional holiday list if any. So I'm closing the bracket and we got 22nd April 2025, which is earlier than the previous date, because in the above we have 2 weekend days, Saturday and Sunday. Here we have only single weekend day, that is Sunday only. So this is how you can use this and workday.intl function. So if you have any query, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video, we are going to discuss about DateDIF formula. This function is hidden in Excel, meaning it won't show up in the formula autocomplete, but it is fully functional and very useful for date calculations. The DateDIF function in Excel is used to calculate the difference between two dates. It can return the difference in various units such as days, month or years. This function is particularly useful for calculating the age, tenure and duration between two events. So this is the syntax in which we have to provide 3 arguments: start date, end date and the units. And these are the units which we can use. If we want to calculate a complete year between two dates, we can use the unit Y, M for month and D for days. If we use combination of these two units called MD, the difference between the day in start date and the end date and the month and year of the dates are ignored. We will get the difference in day only. If we use YM, the difference between the months will be calculated and days and years will be ignored. If we press YD, in this case we can calculate the number of days and the year and dates will be ignored. So let's take the example. Above I have starting date and end date. Let's see, I want to calculate the number of years, so in this case I will use DateDIF. As I told you, you will not see it in the autocomplete list of the functions in Excel, but still you just type complete syntax DateDIF start bracket and give the reference of first date, and this time I'm gonna make it constant by using $sign and then comma and date, making it constant, then comma, and then we have to provide Y in the inverted commas, closing the bracket, press enter. So as you can see, it's 2009 and it is 14, so we have completed 5 years. And now I'm going to copy, paste, and this time I want to calculate the month, 61 months. Then I'm going to copy, and this time I'm gonna provide D only. These are the total number of days between these two dates, and this time I'm gonna provide MD. So total single day, this is the second, this is the third day. Month and the year has been ignored. Now I'm going to copy and paste over here, and this time I'm gonna use YM. This is the Feb and March, so 1 month only, and in this case I'm gonna use YD. So total 29 months, so total number of days are 29 only. So this is a very good option and function provided by the Excel. You must use it. If you have any query, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video we are going to learn how we can calculate the number of days remaining in a particular year, and that should be dynamic, means whenever I change this date it should adjust automatically. I don't want to change anything in the function. So let's begin. So first of all, we would like to know what is the last day of any particular year. As we know that it is 31st of December of that particular year would be the last day of the year, but we have to update the year automatically. So for that we will use the year or the date function. So I'm going to start date, and here we need to provide the year. So I'm going to use year function as well, and I'm giving the reference of this date. So now what is happening, year will be extracted from this date automatically, and now I need to provide the month, that should be 12, and I need to provide the day, that would be 31st. So now I get the last day of the particular year. Whenever I change the date, the year would be extracted from this date and used in this function. Now we have to subtract from this date, we will get the number of days remaining in this year. So I'm going to enter, and this is in the date format, so I need to change it to the general. So total, if today is 29th of July 2024, so total number of days remaining in this year is 155. So I used today function over here. So tomorrow whenever I open this worksheet, that will be updated automatically, and the number of days remaining results will also update automatically. So that is a very good option you must use in your daily routine work. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this section we are going to start time functionality in the Excel. We already discussed how date functionality has been used in the Excel. As we discussed in the previous video, that Excel convert the date displayed in the cells into a particular number, and that number start from the 1st January 1900. Means whenever we enter any date in, let's say 1st January 1900, that will be converted into the number 1, and 2nd January 1900 would be considered as number 2, and so on. So let's say I entered current date, that is 2nd Feb 2024, and if I converted, I want to display what is the number behind it, so I will change it to the number format or general format. So 45324 is the number considered for 2nd Feb 2024 in the Microsoft Excel. In the similar way, Excel convert a particular time entered into the Excel into a number. Let's say I'm gonna enter 11:30, and the hours and the minutes will be segregated using a semicolon. So you need to understand this. And 30, and we can also enter the seconds if we want by using another semicolon and enter the seconds value. We can also enter AM and the PM to bifurcate the morning and the evening time if we want. So I'm going to enter as it is. So that has been considered by the Excel as a time value automatically. So let's say I want to change this format. So we have some default formats available. For this we have to use custom number format, and we can use time format from here, or we can explore more number formats from here. So you can select time options, and these are the available formats. So let's say this one, and click OK. So the AM PM will be changed automatically. That depends what number we have entered. Okay, and so after doing that, so this is the static number. Whenever we enter any value in it, that won't change. But let's say I want to input current time stamp in a particular cell. So for shortcut key using this is Control Shift semicolon. So the current time will be entered in the cell, and that would be static. It means it won't change whenever we do any update. But let's say first of all I would like to change the format. So I'm gonna select format painter. In this case I'm going to change the format, so it is 11:41. So that is a current time in the cell. Now let's say I want to enter a time which get updated whenever I open this worksheet again or I do any changes. So let's say for achieving this we will use now function. So in this we will not enter any argument, only enter now and press enter. So we can see the current time with the seconds in this format. We can set the format from here, which we already discussed. But here, as we have already entered or changed the format of this cell into the time, if we enter the same here in other cell where we have not set any format, if I enter, the date will come, but we do not want date and time. We want to display only the current time. So to get rid of this problem, we will use now function and the today function. So let's say now, and we will subtract today function. We have already discussed about the today, and now what the system is doing, it is subtracting the date from the time, the value we got from the function of now. I'm going to press enter, and that is considered as a number, general number. Now we can convert this into a time using this option. So now whenever we do any changes in the system, that will change. So you can see these three values are getting changed every time I do any changes in the cell of Excel automatically. So this is the way we can enter live current time in the Excel sheet. Now we will use some options. Let's say I want to join this value, the current time value, in with my sentence like the current time is so and so. So I can use this function. So we already discussed this function in the previous section, in which we displayed the today's date, the current date. Now we want to display the current time. So we will enter the string into the inverted commas, then we will use ampersand key, and then this time we will use the text function. Text function is used to display the string or any value in a particular format. We are going to cover this function in detail in coming videos. So we use now function, and then we defined our format over here. So I want to display this in hours and the minutes with the AM PM values. So that will be updated every time I do any changes. You can see the seconds values has been changed. Okay, so we covered these options. Now we are going to use one more inbuilt functions called time, in which we have to define 3 arguments: hour, minutes or seconds. Let's say I have hour, minutes, seconds in different cells. I have to use time function to display the time using these cell references. So I'm gonna use hour, then minutes and seconds, closing the bracket, press enter. So whenever I do any changes over here, that will be changed automatically. I used 60 minutes, that is why I can see 9 AM. So 59, so that will be 8 hours 59, and seconds are not getting displayed because we have not set the format. So if I use format painter to change the format, now we can see AM values as well with the second value. And now we are going to use a very good function called time value, that is used to convert a time value which is in the text format. So this value is in the text format. Let's say I have a lot of data which I exported from my ERP system, and that has been exported into the text format by default. Now I want to do some calculations using this time, but I won't get the desired results because it is in the string format or the text format. And as you know that strings cannot use for doing the calculation. So I want to convert this value into the number or the time value. So I'm gonna use time value, give the reference, only one argument we have to give. We can type inside the brackets into the inverted commas and then press enter. So I got my result in the journal format that we can change from here. That's all we need to do. Save the sheet. So this is how we can use the time functionality. This is the basic understanding. We will explore some more options in the coming videos. So stay tuned. If you have any query related to the time functions which we discussed over here, just let me know in the query section. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you, friends. Hey everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we will discuss how to do the sum of time given in the Excel. So let's take a simple example. I have 9 hours 30 minutes. Now I want to add 6 hours in this time. So if I type 6 over here, and if I do a simple adding calculation using simple plus sign and giving the reference of these two cells, if I press enter, so what I get? Nothing. Here we need to understand one thing, is that how Excel is recognized a number. This is a simple number, integer number, and this is a time value. So both are at different values. When system is going to sum these two values, we will not get the desired results. So for this, first of all, we have to convert each value of the cell at the same format, at the same values, then only we will get the correct answer. For doing this, first of all, we have to convert this 6 hours into the time value. For this, first of all, we have to press F2 and then semicolon and then 00. Now it is considered into the hours. So 6 plus 9 hours is 15 and 30 minutes. And here we got the correct results. Now I am changing this to a different value. Let's say here 10:30 and here 23 hours. Now I'm going to add these values. What we get? Wrong value. Actually I'm getting correct answer, but Excel didn't display the correct format. So we have to choose the correct format for display the sum result. For this, select the cell and then come to this point, click on this arrow, select the custom and come down, and here we have to select this value where H is in brackets and then click OK. So now we got the correct results. So if you don't want to display the seconds, so you can remove the SS from here and click OK. Now we got the correct answer, 33 hours and 30 minutes. Now we are taking the practical example that we have a person's working days of a particular week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and these are the hours in work. So now I'm going to use sum function to get the results. I'm selecting the cell, come to the home tab and select the auto sum, or you can press Alt equal sign from the keyboard, press enter or control enter to get the result. But here we can see 17 hours 45 minutes and 0 seconds. That is a incorrect answer. No, answer is correct, but the format in which we are going to display is incorrect. That we have to change to the format we created for this cell. Selecting that cell, come to this point, click on this arrow button and come to the customs and select that option which we have created for the hours and this one, and remove the SS if you don't want to display the seconds, and click OK. So 41 hours 45 minutes is the correct answer which we need to display, and then we can do the calculations. So you need to take care of the format for display the particular time or the date values. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss how to calculate the working hours. For this we have taken the two examples, one for the day shift in which the shift start in the morning and end in the same date by the evening. But in the night shift, the day start in the evening and end in the early morning next day. So here we will use one inbuilt function called mod, but for the day shift we can calculate very easily using the subtraction method. So we can start our function by equal sign, then the exit time minus entry time, press enter. Make sure you have selected the correct format for your daytime which we discussed in the previous video. Now double click on it, select the last cell, control minus sign to sum, and here also you have to provide the correct format for your time. Now we are moving to our second example for the night shift. For this example we will use mod function. So equal sign mod, press tab, and for number we have to find out. For this we will start by exit, then minus entry time and comma divisor 1, close the bracket, control plus enter, and double click on here to copy the function to all the rows available. At the last, control plus equal sign, control plus enter, and control B to bold and control S to save the sheet. So make sure you use the correct format for calculating the time, then only you will get the desired result in correct format. Then you can enter the rate per hour, or you can calculate the total amount payable to these workers. So these are the methods you can use to calculate the working hours in Excel. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we will discuss how to convert integer values into the hours which must be displayed in the time format in the Excel. So we are taking three examples. In the first we have 9.5 hours which is in decimal numbers. So we have to convert this into the hours and the format must be hourly basis, hour and minutes. And in the second example we have 500 minutes which we need to convert into the hours, also display in the format of hour and the minutes, not the seconds. And in the third example we have 65,000 seconds which we should display in the time format. If we have hours, then we have to divide by 24. If we have values in minutes, then we have to divide this value by the 1440, and if we have values in seconds, then we have to divide by 86400, and then we have to convert the result in the time format. So I'm gonna use this simple function and give the reference of the cell in which you have values, then divide by 24 and make sure you provide the format of hour and the minutes. Just click over here to change the format in HH:/MM, then OK. And now I'm gonna I'm gonna again divide it by 1440 and change the format, and then we have to divide this 86400, and 65,000 seconds becomes the 18 hours 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And for this you have to change the values in the seconds as well. 500 minutes mean 8 hours and 20 minutes, and 9.5 hours we can display as 9 hours 30 minutes. So this is how you can calculate or convert the integer values into the time value. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In this video we will discuss how to rounding up the time values. For this we are taking the example of minutes and the hours. Let's say I have given some time value in the seconds. My task is to convert or rounding up this time value into the nearest minutes. So for this we will first convert into the integer value. For this we will use 1440 and then we will divide it by 1440. But when we are converting into the integer value, we will round up this number or the time value. Then again we will convert this by dividing 1440, then we will get the rounded number. The same function or the same method we will use for the hours, but this time we have to multiply and divide it by the 24 only for rounding up to the nearest hour. So let's get started with the example. So I have given this 1 hour 1 minute and 23 seconds. So I'm going to start my function round, then I'm going to give the reference of this asterisk for multiplication, then 140 comma I have to round up to 0, then closing the bracket, and then we have to divide it by 1440. Control plus enter to accept this, and we can see 23 has been removed from this current value. Now we are going to convert or rounding up this to the nearest hour. For this we will use roundup function, and this time also we are gonna give the reference of this cell and multiply it by 24 comma 0, closing the bracket, and divide it by 24. Control plus enter. So we got 1 hour only. This is a very good trick you must learn, because in the real-time scenario in your office you definitely are going to face this kind of problem if you are in the HR department or the finance department. Even in the production departments also you may face such problems where you have to calculate or round up the values given in the different time values. So these are a very practical examples you must practice and learn in depth. Thank you for watching. If you have any query related to all time values functions, just let me know in the query section. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In this video, we are going to start how to use images, shapes and related options available in the Excel. So for example, I have downloaded one invoice format and now I want to insert the logo of my company here. So for this we have to import a image, so that can be stored in the OneDrive or in your local hard drive. Even we can search any picture from the internet, then we can download and use in our Excel. So first of all, I have to remove this logo goes here. That is a shape actually. So we will also discuss about these shapes and then we will create a similar shape in this video. I'm gonna select and we can see the outline of the shape has been highlighted. Then we can press the delete button from the keyboard to delete it. Now come to the insert tab, illustration, then come to the picture, click on the little arrow button on the downside. Then we have two options, one for import the images from the local hard drive and this option for importing the online picture. So first we are gonna use this device. Select the image where you have stored and then click on insert button. That will be imported in your Microsoft Excel and the outline border has been selected and the highlighted with little circles. These circles are used to reshape or crop your picture. So if we use the side small circles, so that can be used to reduce the size from the left hand side, but the aspect ratio of the original picture will be distorted. So we always recommended, if you want to maintain the aspect ratio of the picture, always use corner circle buttons. So you can reshape as per your requirement. Once you are done, release the mouse and put your mouse over the image. That will be converted. It means we can select it and then we can drag to the desired place in the sheet. And you can also adjust the height and width and the size of the picture by using the corner circle buttons. Even you can use these ones. If you think you have to reduce the height and width, you can adjust it according to your requirements. So once you are done, you can click anywhere outside this image, that all options will be gone. But now we are exploring some more options related to the images. Just select this one and you can see the picture tool under which we have picture format tab. So if you click outside, it's gone. If you select the image, this will be available for you. Now we are going to explore one by one. These all options are similar to the Word and the PowerPoint in which we inserted the picture. All are similar options, but I will explain all options quickly over here. So now we have some predefined picture styles. Select the image, come to the picture styles and click on this arrow button to see the available styles. Just hover the mouse, the style of the picture will be converted. So whatever fill your requirement you can select and you can click on it to accept it. Let's say I'm gonna use this one, and once I'm going to select, then we can manage these styles by using these options. So we can manage the border from here. So we can insert the color of the border from here. These are the standard. If we do not want, then select no outline, then select this option to get the more options. We can manage the width of the border line from here and style of the border line from this option. If you want more lines and click on this option, we will get some extra options. Just explore. These all are self-explanatory. Then come to the picture effect and here we have some preset designed. So you have to just click over the mouse and see what is the effect, and if it is as per your requirement you can select and you can change. Then the reflection, the glow, soft edges, bevels, all are self-explanatory. Just go each and every options and see if it is for your requirement. So once you are done with it, we can move to the picture layout and we can convert this into the smart art, which we are gonna discuss in this video. And after that, we are moving to the adjustment section. Here we can remove the background. Just click over here and the background will be removed automatically. But if you want to make some changes, so you can select this option, mark area, to keep the marking area. And if you want to remove, select this option, and you can select this option to discard all the changes. If you think the background is the system has removed the background as per your choice, then you can keep the changes. So let me show you one example. So we can click over here, then we have to select like this using these pencils. So we can mark area to remove from the background, and once you are done, just click on the keep changes. So I'm gonna discard because I don't want to remove. This picture is already a PNG without background, and then we can make the corrections from here. So these all are options available. Then if you want to change the color, and if you want to change the artistic effect, then we can also compress the picture. If you think the size of the picture is very high, let's say 2 MB or 3 MB, that will impact the size of your Excel file as well. So if you transfer this file over the internet, that takes a lot of size in your hard drive as well. So it's better to always compress by using this option. Just click on it and select the level you want to reduce the size and click OK. The size of the picture will be reduced. Then we can change the picture from here if you want. By using this option, the picture will be changed, but all the styles and the formatting we have done will be same. And the last one is to reset. If you think all styles which we applied are not good, if you want to reset, just click. All formatting will be removed in single click. So these are the options you can explore. We can rotate by using this option, and we can align by using these options, and we can crop this. So let's say I'll give you one example. If you want to crop, select this option and we will get some extra options. So let's say you want to crop from the bottom, select, and your cursor will be changed. Now move upper side. Once you're done, just click outside. The picture will be cropped. So I'm going to reduce the size and place it here. So these are the options related to the images. One more left. We can import the image from online source. So select that source and one new window will pop up, which is provided by the Microsoft. Here all images which is copyright free are provided by the Microsoft. All are categorized, so you can select any picture. Let's say I'm gonna select this one, and you can see the option Creative Commons. It means these all pictures are copyright free, you can use. So let's say I'm gonna select this one, inserting, and here I would like to show you the background removal options. So once you select, then click on remove background. So system will automatically remove the background. Let's say I want to keep this area, so I will use this pencil to mark on the head and this area as well. Remove it from here. All done. Now keep changes, and you can see the background has been removed, so you can resize. Now we can crop this as well. So using this option, now I'm cropping from right hand side and from the left hand side as well, and click outside. So you can see the size has been reduced. So now we can adjust and place it anywhere where we want. So this is how you can import the images. Now moving to the next option, we are inserting the shape by using this option from the insert and same illustration grouping. Select the shape, and all shapes are categorized, so you can select any of your choice or requirement. let's say I'm gonna select this not this one, rectangle box, and I'm drawing over here. Once I release my mouse, all shape related options will be available under the drawing tool. If I select any cell that gone from the tab, I'm going to moving this picture, I'm selecting once again, and we can increase the size by using the same corner circle options from the outline of this shape, and come to the shape options. So here we have some inbuilt shape styles. We can select any that will be applied in a single click. We can change if we want, and we can manage those formattings by using shape fill option and shape outline options and shape effect. All are similar to the images which we already discussed. So if we are going to insert some text, let's say I'm gonna enter your logo goes here. First of all, I will change it to this one, and now I'm going to click on this, selecting this option, so that logo will be changed. And I want to increase the size of this text, so I'm gonna home, I'm going to yes, and then perfectly all right. Select this shape and moving to the, and now you can move it here and you can adjust, and we can reduce the size. So this is how we can use the shapes. I will explore some more options. Click over here, so we can edit the shape, and we can insert some more shapes from this tab itself, recently used, and all categories are available, so you can explore. I'm gonna give one more option. Let's say I'm gonna use this star, and once I click on it, so we have some options to make some changes, and I'm inserting one more shape, let's say star in this case. And this time we have one more option. If you select this one, small yellow circle, so that is used to change the shape of your image or the shape you have inserted in few shapes if it is applicable. So you can use this option as well. So after selecting, you have more options like text fill option, text online, and text effect, and this is for bring it to the forward. And let's say I'm going to move upper side, and I'm changing the color to different one, and now use this option to send it backward, and use this option to bring it forward. And this is for the alignment, and this is for the rotate, and you can manage the size manually from this option. So you just explore these options related to the shapes and the images, and these all are very similar to the Word and the PowerPoint, which we already discussed in some previous sections. If you have not explored yet those videos, just go ahead and see. I explained in details each and every topic in Word and the PowerPoint. So hopefully the concept of the images and the shapes are clear. If you have any query, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you, friends. Hello everyone. Welcome once again. In today's video, we will discuss about the data validation. For example, we have created one salary slip in which the user has to create the salary slips for each month, and user has to just enter the employee code over here. All values will be changed in these cells automatically. For this we have used the Vlookup, which we are gonna discuss in coming videos. So we have created this pay slip, and whenever user change the employee code from here, these values retrieved from the database which is available in the next sheet. So now sometimes what happens, if user enter wrong employee code, that will give wrong information. So we want to restrict to the users to enter the employee code within the particular range. For this we can use the data validation option of the Microsoft Excel. So first of all, we have to check what kind of validation we want to apply. So let's say we have employee code from 13 times 0 to 12 times 0 16 16. It means, so we have to restrict the user to select the numbers between these range only. For this, first of all, we select the particular cell in which we want to apply the data validation, then come to the data tab, come to the data validation, select the data validation option. That data validation pop-up will appear. So here we have three options: settings, input message, and the error message. Select allow option and select whole number, then select the data. We have to give the comparison. Let's say I want number starting from 4 times 0 1 to 10016. So that would start. So for this I will use the between first, and then minimum number would be this one, and the maximum 10016. I think I need to increase the one number as well. So once we are done, then we have to click OK. I think I need to increase, let me see. So we can select the number from here as well. So let's say this one, and we have to first remove, and then we have to select this one, press enter, and we can select this value from here and then click OK. Now if I'm gonna enter some other value, system will provide a message. This is a warning message, means the value doesn't match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So do you want to retry or cancel it? So the system will not accept that entry, and I'm gonna cancel this one. So this is how you can use the data validation. We have some more options related to the messages provided for the users. So for this, again come to the data validation option, select this validation, and this time select the input message. So that option must be enabled. Then we have to provide the title and the input message. Let's say input, and here enter the code from 2116 only. I think I need to remove some zeros, and then click OK. And whenever we select or any user select this cell, so he will get the message. Input means the enter the code from this range to that range. So that is one option. Now we are going to select one more option called error alert. It means the last message, the error alert we saw when we entered the wrong input in this cell. So we got the style stop. It means you cannot enter. System will not allow to enter the wrong data. We have two more options, warning and the information. So in the warning, we can give the warning title and a custom message from here. You have entered wrong employee code. Please enter correct code within range, and then OK. So this time system will allow to enter. Let's say I'm gonna enter this one. So this time I got the warning message, but this time I have option whether we want to accept it, no or cancel. So I'm gonna cancel this one, and if we want to give an information only, then we have to give the title and the message, then click OK. And if I enter the wrong option over here, the sign has been changed. It means system can accept the entry. if we press OK, but we are not gonna accept it. I'm going to cancel. So this is how you can use the data validation option. We have one more very good option which is called drop down option. So I want to provide a drop down list for the users, so user can select the value from that list only. So for this, let's say I'm gonna select the cell in which I want to provide it, and I'm going to select data validation, and this time I'm going to setting, I'm going to select list option this time, and source would be, I'm going to click over here, come to database sheet, and we have to give the range for which we want to provide as a drop down option. Once you're done, press enter and select this option if you want to apply these changes to all the other cells with the same settings. So I'm gonna select OK, and if now user has option, if we select this option, this drop down option, just click over here, and then user has to accept any value from here and data will be available. So that is a very good option for avoiding any kind of validation options. So user can select any value from the drop down if he selects. So this is the validation rule options. So you can explore more options like clearing the validation, and we have some more options like date, time, text length, and the customs as well. This is available in our advanced course of Excel on Udemy, so you can check and you can join if you want to learn in-depth data validation in Excel. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In today's video we are going to discuss about logical functions. Logical functions are used to compare two values and give the results in true or false. Then we will use if functions to do a specific task based on the results we got it. So these are very important functions for data manipulations and for MIS related purpose as well. So let's explore all the options. So we are going to cover 5 options, 5 inbuilt functions, logical functions. The first one is AND. In the AND we can do the logical test, and if all the logical tests are true, then only we will get the true answer, otherwise false. Second is OR. If we use this option and any of the argument is true, let's say we compare 2 logical tests, and if any is true, then we got the answer in true. The third one is if error. Sometimes we do the calculations in which may possible we get the error, and we use that cell value, calculated cell value in other function. If we get any error, it may possible in the next step we also get the error. So to avoid this kind of situation, we use if error function. That is very important and must learn function. The fourth is NOT. NOT is used to reverse the logical by its argument. Let's example, we did some logical test and it becomes true, but we want to convert into the false. Then we use NOT option. And the last, which is the most important logical function in the Microsoft Excel or in any spreadsheet, which is the if function, in which we will provide 3 arguments. In the first, we did the logical test. If we got the value true, then we provide second argument, and if it is false, the third argument. So we will discuss about all the logical functions in this video, so stay tuned and stay focused as well. So the first one is AND, and I have 2 values over here in different cells. Now I want to do some logical test. So I'm gonna start my logical test by using equal sign. I type AND, press tab. Now do the logical test. So let's compare. This value equals to this value, close the bracket, press enter. False. If I change the value to 300, we got the true. I will insert some more values over here. Now I want to compare, let's say AND, and this is my first logical test. This value equals to this, then the second logical test then we will start, then use comma to give the second logical test, give the reference of this value is less than 500, close the bracket, press enter. True. If I decrease this value, false, means only one logical test is true, that is why we are getting false. If both logical tests are true, then only we will get the result in true. Now comes to the OR. Here we will compare, let's say, OR, and the first logical test 200 is less than 20, or we can give the reference, we can type the value inside this argument, and the second logical test is this equals to this, close the bracket, press enter. False, because 200 is greater than 20. So if I increase this, so that condition will true, and we got the answer in true. But here we did the two logical test, these two values are not equal, false, but 200 is less than 400, that is why we got the true. Now moving to the if error function. So let's say in some calculation or cell I got the NA value, which is the sign of error. Now I want to convert into some message in text, string, or we can do anything like calculation, we can enter 0, we can retrieve some value, or we can do any kind of action which is available in the Microsoft Excel. So if error, so we can retrieve this value by referencing any cell value, or we can also use other function to get the value. So use the simple test first, then go to the advanced one. So I'm giving the reference of the error of above cell, the comma. So what is the value you want to enter, and what is the action you want to do when we get the NA or the error in the reference we have given. So what we want to convert into the got error message, which must be in the got error in the cell. That is the message I want to give. So that string must be in the inverted commas, press enter, and we got it. If I change it, then I got the 1, otherwise I got the message which I entered over here. Now we will do the not. So I'm using not tab, and here I'm getting true, that will be converted into the false. And now we are going to use if, which is very important. So equal sign if. So here we have 3 arguments. First is logical test. What is the logical test I'm gonna use? I want to check whether the cell value is, it means the equal sign equals to hello. So this is the logical test I want to do. I want to compare the values of the cell C14. If it is true, what result or what are the action I want to do? I want to give the answer yes. It is a string, that is why it is coming in the inverted commas. So what is the action I want to do? Or the if function found value false? No. Close the bracket, press enter. Yes. If I change it to another? No. I'm going to give one more example. I want to compare the numerical values. If cell value of C41 is greater than let's say 50, comma, the cell value is true. The second, if I got the false, the cell value is not true. You can type any string, you can do the multiplication, you can do anything. you can use any function, any inbuilt function, you can plus minus, so you can do whatever you want to do in the second or the third argument of the if function. So in the first we do the logical test, then in the second we do the action, what we want to do if the value is true, and in the third we take the action if the value is false. So this is how we use the logical function in the Excel. We have some advanced uses of the logical functions in our advanced Excel course, which you can join in Udemy. Just go and check and join for advanced uses of the Excel. Thank you for watching. If you have any query, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this section we are going to discuss about the lookup formulas. The lookup formulas of the functions essentially returns a value from a table, and it search the value by another value. For example, telephone directory. First we want to find out someone's name, then we retrieve the corresponding number. On the very left hand side we have name, and then we have right hand side their number or address or other information. So lookup function will work in the similar way. It search the name on the left hand side and then provide the values from the right hand side. It has 4 arguments. Lookup value. First we need to provide the lookup value which we want to search. Then we give the table array, the range in which the complete data is available which we want to retrieve, and then we give the index number of a particular column, the values which we want to retrieve. These 3 arguments are mandatory. A 4th one is optional, but it has 2 values which we have to provide, true or false. If we omit the value, the approximate means the false value would be entered by default and we have to provide true. So if we provide false, it will provide the approximate value, otherwise it will search the exact value. So let me explain what is the exact and the approximate value. So here first we will take the example, very simple example of income tax rates. So here is my slab. If income is 0 to 2 lakh rupees, 200,000 we can say, the rate is 0%. Then next slab is 200,000, 1 to 2, 50, 100,000 to 10%, and so on. Now I have my income in the numbers here, and now I want to retrieve the tax rate directly from here using the Vlookup function. So how I can achieve this? I will start function Vlookup, press tab, then I will give the reference of my value, then comma, then the range or the table in which our data is available, then comma, I will provide the index number. So we have 3 columns, 1, 2 and 3. I want to retrieve the tax rate which is in the 3rd column. So comma 3, and now I do not want to provide my 4th, which is the optional argument. So in this case press enter. I retrieve the value 20%. Let's check. It's approximately 600,000, so which is coming in this slab, and 20% is the tax rate. So let's say I want to reduce this to 1000, so 0% tax is coming. It means the number value is approx, not the exact value, the searching value. So we are giving this range and then number is coming within that range, so that is approximate value. So now we are moving to our next example in which we will use the exact value function, and here I have database of my employees. In the first cell the lookup value is employee ID and the name is given in the second column. Here my employee ID, and I would like to use Vlookup function. So this time I'm gonna provide lookup value and comma, and then table array. In this time I will provide like this, then comma, the second value I want to retrieve, then comma, and I want to use false, which is the exact number. Then press tab, close the bracket, control plus enter. So we can see it's 100125. So 6 is not available, that is why I am getting error. If I change it to 1, so that name will be retrieved by Vlookup function. So this is how we can use our Vlookup function. So if I provide, let's say, true, so that time I will not get any error. It will provide the approximate 6. So it will provide the approximate value, which is Shiva. So it will considered as approximate value 1005, which is the nearest value. So let's say if I provide the value in decimal places, let's say this time 1000. So in this case I am getting error. So this is how this Vlookup function works. If you have any question related to that, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video we will discuss about the Hlookup function. In the previous video we learned about the Vlookup, which is vertical lookup. Hlookup means horizontal lookup. It is very much similar to the Vlookup, but here the value will be searched horizontally. So the same table which we discussed in the previous section was vertically. So I have income slabs vertically in these two columns, but these same values are available in the rows right now. And my third row having tax rates, which we want to retrieve using the Hlookup. So I'm gonna use Hlookup. All arguments are same. So I'm gonna use Hlookup, press tab and give the lookup value, comma, and give the table array, and we want to retrieve the third row, and this time I'm gonna use true, approximate value, not the exact one, because this time we are gonna search using the range only. Control plus enter or enter. So we can see the range and the results we are getting over here is correct. So if I will change to 200,001, then it is 10%. It is coming directly from this row. So this is how we can use the Hlookup function. Now we are moving to our next example. So in this example I'm going to explain advanced uses of the Vlookup using multiple functions or the formulas which we already discussed in some previous sections. So here is my example. We do not want a blank name over here or the amount in the search results. So in this case of this name we have blank, and for this also we have blank amount. I do not want to display the blank. Instead I want to use 0. In this case I'm gonna use len function and the logical functions which we discussed in my previous section. So I'm gonna use if, len and the Vlookup. So let's begin. I'm going to delete this one. So I'm going to start if. Now I'm going to check whether the amount is blank or not. Blank means there is no length. So for this, checking the length, I'm gonna use len function, and I'm going to give the text. And what is the text? Which we can retrieve from using the Vlookup function. I'm going to give the lookup value, comma, then the range, and then comma, index is second, comma, I want to retrieve exact match. So I'm going to use false this time. I'm closing the bracket for Vlookup, and if the len is 0, so I got the text for which we want to see the len, and then closing the bracket for len function and equals to 0. Then I want to display 0. Otherwise, again we have to use Vlookup function. And comma, second, comma, false, closing the bracket for Vlookup and closing the bracket for if. Now press enter. So what we get? 0 over here. If I change the name, so which we can use for retrieving the name, we can use the validation function list as a drop down. So I'm gonna use data validation. Come over here, select the list and give the source to these names, press enter and then OK and select the value. So in this case it is Ram. So Ram having 200,000 in the amount, so the exact amount I'm getting. So in case of Nagma and Shyam, the value is 0, not 0, it's blank. So I would like to put 0. Sorry, I want to change to Nagma, and in this case if it is 0, it will be converted into the 0 which we have given in the second argument of the if function. So this is the advanced uses of the lookup functions which you can explore, and you can provide me some advanced uses. You can also try. If you face any problem, just let me know. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you.